Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome along. It's Wednesday evening, which means we're back with a bit of British Steel Challenge. Apologies for Monday, by the way. I know apologies for Monday because we were, of course, supposed to stream on Monday night. But as we'll get into it, we'll talk about it a little bit more tonight. It's already been sort of touched upon a smidge there by Fat Nige. I had a bit of a fancy do to go to on Sunday evening. I got invited to the North East Football Writers Association's awards dinner, and it was brilliant. It was really great do, by the way, really, really fantastic. Absolute honour to be invited along as a guest. I had to wear a tux, as Nigel already said, so I had to dress up all glitz and glam and that, right? And the problem was there was a free bar, okay? But I was driving, so I couldn't drink that night. And obviously I'm off the drink anyway, so it wouldn't have really mattered. But you still don't want to tell someone who's from the Northeast it's a free bar. Even if they don't drink, they're still going, all right, what could I possibly have, right? But I didn't have any. I had a glass of wine with my meal, just to be polite, but everything else. I had 2 Red Bulls before I went home, right? And it fucked me Monday. Royally, absolutely royally did me on Monday. No word of a lie. I got back about 2:00 in the morning on Monday morning. All day Monday, I felt like I had a hangover, and then I just crashed at 9:00 at night. I was like, I can't stream. I just can't stream. I'm just like, I'm asleep on the sofa. So, apologies for Monday. Obviously, yesterday we don't normally stream on Tuesdays, but hey, it's Wednesday, which means let's go back to it. Here we go. There it is. Look at this. East Fife awaits 4th in the Cinch League 1. That's where we are in a minute. We should say hello to Honey Badger, of course, in. You might see Honey Badger tonight. Not tonight, so you'll see him this week. Tomorrow, in fact, on the FM playoffs. Make sure you get yourself involved in that as well. And Jebaru, of course, is in there as well. Jebaru is also going to be part of that playoffs. Backroom staff. Raju, I'll be the Taurine. I avoid Red Bull now. It's the worst. It's absolutely the worst. I read somewhere, and I'm sure this is right, that taurine is just bull sperm, and that's what it is. So I probably had about half a litre of bull sperm on a Sunday night. It's the Lord's Day. You shouldn't have that much. No wonder I felt ill. Won't be drinking that again, that's for certain. But yes, Badger, very, very excited for tomorrow. You should be, Badger. You should be. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Jebaru, my Twitch is broken. Your stream title was reading Makeup Chats and Horrific Monsters. I mean, hey, I say it. I call it like I say it, Jebaru. That's the thing. I call it like I say it. Welcome in, by the way, to Jebaru also as well. The shout out there to the playoffs. We'll shout Jebaru as well while we're here, and we'll shout Honey Badger also. We should say as well, by the way, it has again been slightly touched upon in the chat. Are we going to look for a head of youth development tonight? Because hey, the Football Manager show came out today, and you know what? I say right that I say we have some bangers every now and again, right? But today's episode is a banger. Absolutely is a banger. I loved it. The staffing part of the discussion, superb. I genuinely learned so much on it. I was just like, okay, I've been doing Football Manager wrong for a long time. But yeah, it was just fantastic to see. So if you haven't listened to it, go and have a listen to it. Orion in with a resub on that as well. 14 months, Orion. Appreciate you. Very, very kind indeed. Absolute legend, you, by the way. Of course, anyone who is subscribing, following as well, do feel free to drop a follow on here. We do Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. Of course, this week is going to be a busy week. It's going to be a playoffs week, so we'll stream British Steel tonight. Tomorrow is going to be the playoffs draft. Friday night is drafts and no crafts for me. Saturday night, hey, who knows what happens on Saturday night? Maybe we'll do a little stream, maybe we won't, maybe we'll have a bit of a sort of recovery. But Sunday night is the playoffs itself, so make sure you follow the playoffs channel, get yourselves on top of that, and you'll see all the action coming live. This, of course, as we say, this is the British Steel Challenge. We've had a bit of an up and down season, I think it's probably fair to say, even though we've already just started, right? It's been one of those ones where it's like, let's not try and sort of like have a concern here. We're very, very early days, right? Some things look like they're working, some things look like they need a little bit of tweaking, right? And that's going to be sort of where we're at most of the time, I imagine. So let me just send this very quickly. There we go. Right. As you can see, that is not good. 4 defeats in a row is not good. Not dreadful results, apart from that Montrose one we got absolutely spanked. That was dreadful. But we pulled it around with a 3-1 win over Forfar. So that stops all of you with that East Fife Forfar chat going on, right? Just a word of caution, right? Anyone who's like, oh, I've got one, I've got a clever one. It's been done 1,000 times already, okay? And we've done 2 streams as East Fife. We've already had loads of people going, you know what, Tony? It'll be really funny is if you play Forfar. Go, yeah, I'm aware of it. I'm aware. So it didn't happen. We won 3-1. So there. That's where we are. East Fife 3, Forfar 1. That's the score. We now play Alloa. We play Clyde. We play Kelty Hearts. We play Inverness Caledonian Thistle. We play Cowdenbeath. Then we have the Scottish Cup on the go. We're already out of the SPFL Trust Trophy, by the way, and we're already out of the Premier Sports Cup. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest, in terms of how the season started, really. We have got still some money left in the budget, quite a bit of money, $250,000 left. That's a lot. We'll maybe try and spend that in January, I think, because we might need some reinforcements. We've got a bit of money left in the wages as well. We're spending $6,700. We've got a wage budget of $8,500. But we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Tactics-wise, we've sort of gone back to the old Oxford system. Who knows what that'll play like, by the way, because the update has gone on now. So I don't know what's happened and what's tweaked and what's not tweaked in terms of the update. Rich Owens lit Alan Shearer's best mate, Tony Jameson. Yeah, it is. And you know what? He loves the stream, by the way. So if you haven't seen, by the way, yeah, we had a couple of pictures. I had some photographs taken with. So I bumped into Shearer because Shearer was at the awards thing, and Jill Scott's lovely, by the way. I should say that as well. But more importantly, we got a photograph with the gaffer. Me and Tony Mowbray. Happy days. We shared a dessert. A trio of desserts, actually, as well, in case anyone's interested. Not sure what's happening on Nightbot, by the way. Rich, you ain't getting a shout out, apparently. Twitch is not letting you have it, but I'll just say it out loud. Go follow Rich Owens, by the way. He's a wonderful man. You should try and do it. So this is what we've got then. So we've gone back to this old Oxford system, as I say. This 4-4-1-1. DLP, Valente, Charnley was excellent against Forfar. Got himself 2 goals, got himself a brace. So we might stick with that, to be honest. Webster's done all right. Spencer. Now, I've been thinking about this, okay? Obviously, we streamed on Friday. It's taken a long time to get to Wednesday. And I'm already wondering about Spencer, because he's meant to be brilliant, right? And technically, he's meant to be a wing-back, possibly, or a winger, possibly. We're not really sure. I'm wondering if we play him as a defensive winger. Do you know what I mean? Like, we play him as a defensive winger on supports. We doubles up with Colton, so we don't get caught. Because when we play Blakey, oh yeah, by the way, if you weren't in around the other night, we re-signed Blakey. Of course we did, from Oxford. He got released on a free, so we've got to snap the boy back up. He's had a bit of a torrid time, though, since he started for East Fife, to be honest. 6.55 in 4 games. He's not even registered an assist yet. But because he plays a bit attacking, I've played him a bit too attacking, to be honest. The old legs are sort of like starting to catch up on him. I'm thinking maybe play him a little bit back, right? Maybe don't commit him too much, but maybe have Spencer doubling up in that defensive duty with him. So, you know, we'll have a think about that. Rich Owens using a Segundo Volante, which protects you from any update nonsense. Spoiler, there is no update nonsense. Lovely. So that could be something that we'll look at maybe. Then we'll look at this left-hand side and see what's what. Because I think Colton as a fullback on defend, if you listen to the Tactics Garage today, would suggest that maybe we don't always have something on defend. Maybe you want to go on support, possibly. But maybe we'll have this as a defensive winger on support. So he will do that, drop him back and cover and help out his partner down here. So that's something we'll have a little look at. Let's see how we get on with it. Okay, so we've got a few little days to catch up until the Alloa match. But let us know how your weekend's been, by the way. How's the week started? What's been happening? What have I missed? Nothing really massively has happened in the world of football, to be honest. So that's always something that's worth looking at. Dundee manager Robbie Nelson was wanting to discuss the lack of football for Alan Knox. like, right, we're not going to talk about it because of the fact that he's Dundee, so like they're our affiliate club, so let's just ignore that, right? Defensive wingers press a lot. They do. They get forward. They focus on, but then they also will drop back if they need to as well. So maybe that's, if we're getting attacked down the left hand side, maybe it might be an idea to try that out. It might work. It might not work. We've been good. Had an amazing day. Had an amazing at the death winner. Oh God, I had to read that a few times. Sony Badger there. Had an amazing at the death winner in the stream last night. That was a lot of fun. Loved it. Lovely stuff. Rich Owens, very, very kind to the madness. He's enjoying the podcast. Better than last year. Hey, look at that. That's progress, isn't it? We miss Tony terribly, but we'd never tell him. No. Tony's gone, and the podcast is different now. That's how you need to advertise it, Rich. It's a very, very different beast. You've taken the podcast in different direction. That's what it's all about. The torch was given, the baton was handed across, and now that Rich and the FM team are doing their thing. So it's great to watch. It's a very, very different thing. If you're not following FMT, by the way, if you've not watched it and you're not up to date with it, go and keep up on top with it. They are still knocking out content every single Tuesday, so go and do that. It'd be a nice thing to do. We'd appreciate you keeping up on top of that one. Austin Wilson, he looks all right, actually. 5'9". Ooh, look at this. Youth and Chan, possibly. Determination 14. Off the ball 12. Teamwork's good. 14. Technique's 15. Pace isn't brilliant. Jumping reach is awful. I mean, he's 5'6", so gets in the opposition area, shoots from distance. Could be interesting. Let's keep scouting him, shall we? There's this financial cost, right? Well, okay, we'll have a look. Adam Bullock, goalkeeper from Dundee. Another fullback at Hibs. Crossing and dribbling is not brilliant, is it? Work rate's not very good. I know you can maybe like oversee some things and sort of like turn a blind eye to it, but not work rate, surely. Defensive winger seems okay. Cody Pete. Not bad. You can't have a short striker. You can if you've got a big striker, rather. That's the thing. If I've got a big, tall striker, then I can have a short striker. The problem is if I've got two short strikers, that's the issue there. Because then you can't have your big man can't be 5'9". That just don't work. Like 5'9" is not big striker. Recruitment focus completed. Let's restart that though. Let's get some more in there because that seems like they've done well there. As we said as well, by the way, if you've listened to the Football Manager show today, we've talked about staffing, so we might do a little bit of having a look over our staff at some point today on this stream. But I'm also conscious that we need to just get some games done because we haven't done games for a while. So it's that trade-off in it, going like, do we try and like sort of make sure the team is set and ready to go because we want an element of long-term success here, or do we just want to push on and hope for the best and go, it didn't work out and I don't know why? Is it because you didn't know staff, Tony? That could be it. Yes, that could be it. Right, let's have a quick little look here because we do have some issues, right? We do have some issues in that we still got an advert out for our physio because we ain't got one, right? We've got a head physio, but we don't have a physio. And even then, our head physio, he's a 9. It's all right. 9's fine in this level, right? We don't have a scout. We have a director of football. We have a chief scout. We have no out of 2 scouts. So, again, we need a bit more of a scout. Our director of football, by the way, just for lols, Graham Murty, brought him in. But he's got judging 15 potential, judging ability 11, sorry. Butcher, it's literally in front of me. I can't even read it. So that might actually be fairly decent for us. But sadly, Paddy Barker ain't much cop when it comes to being a scout. But I can't really sack him when he looks like that. That's a good handlebar and sideburns thing going on. So I think he stays purely for the fact that I'm frightened of him more than anything. No. And then we've got an issue here. I've got 2 coaches, okay? One, as you can see, is a goalkeeping coach. And that seems a bit of a waste. I've only got 2, right? And the other one is just an all-round coach who's been renamed. Again, isn't brilliant. So I think maybe we need to get 2 new coaches in, realistically. We haven't got a head of youth development because, well, we can have one, but it seems excessive at this point. We'll put an advert out for one and see if we can get one in. But I'm just concerned as to what we can get because we are part-time. I haven't even got an assistant manager. That's the thing. I haven't even got an assistant manager at this club. I'm doing it all myself. We nearly had to play an under-18s match at one point because it was like there's no one else can actually take the team. So yeah, unfortunately, somehow I managed to sort of like holiday through, I think, and I was like, no, I'm not doing it. So someone took the game eventually. But yeah, we're a little bit worried there about like, oh God, this is going to make this save so much more difficult if I'm having to manage the under-18s as well. Thankfully, we didn't. Right, so Alloa are 5th and we're 4th. So this seems like a fairly even contest then, right? Board expectations are a draw. Hope they can keep a stout defensive style. Nice. How low of a league are we in? We're in a very low league. Well, we're not in a very low league, to be honest. It's about the same level as League 2, really, in England. So here we are. There's League 1. English. Sky Bet League 2 is 78th in Europe, and Scotland is 92nd. Right, so we're sort of below Serie C. We're below the Armenian High League. We're below the Lithuanian A League. We're below the Luxembourg National Division, the Slovakian Second Division, the Gibraltar Football League, the Kosovan Super League, the Montenegrin First Division, the Slovenian Second Division, and the Austrian Regional Divisions. But we are ahead of the Finnish Second Division and the Maltese Premier League. So in your face, right there, we're just above the Vanarama National. But hey, we took over Oxford at that level, right? So let's go on a charge. It's be fine. We need to go down to get back up. The Oxford job is still available, by the way, because they've just sacked their manager. If anyone's remotely interested in a narrative twist, right now, there you go. There's the Oxford job available, because it's not worked well for them. 12 games in, and the manager that they hired, Dave Challoner, formerly a man who had the world's record longest throw-in, has been fired after 257 days. For context, we were there for 3 years and 218 days. Right. And look at that. League wins, 1. Cup wins, 1. Nobody else has done anything. Right. 2 promotions in that time as well. You know, they'll remember us fondly. Look at this. Robbie Fowler, 20 days caretaker. Scott Parker, I was going to say God rest his soul, former Club Bruges manager in real life, has also left. So, yeah. Oxford 23rd in League One. We're not going back. We're not going back, but it is quite. It feels a little bit Peterborough already at that point. Let's ignore that. We don't need to see. But what we can't see, we don't know. Right? Okay? We have to focus on East Fife. That's what we're looking for. Okay? We'll see what happens. So we're going to go with this cautious 4-4-1-1 setup. Okay? See if it can work for us. Like I said, we won our last game, so theoretically we should be happy with that, right? should stand us in relatively good stead. Lawrence Harrison's come in. Connor Allen's doing okay. Yeah, Jordan O'Neill's not really ready to jump in just yet. I guess Charnley gets another goal, mind. Donald McDonald hasn't quite been doing what I was hoping he'd do. I started a new save in Scotland with air. Did you really, Rada? Interesting. How have you found it? Because it's a bit different. It's a bit different out here, isn't it? Right, let's go with that then. I'm not sure that Walls might be the right. I think Walls is the. I think central midfield could be our downfall, really. No, I'm wondering if we haven't quite got enough steel in there. You know, but there's only one way to find out, isn't it? Play those games, get those results, don't get those results. Either way, see what happens. That doesn't look great. 4 defeats in a row, but then a win. So hey, a win's good. As you can see there, 1 point separates us. We're ahead of Alloa by 1 point. They're a goal better off than we are as well. Alloa in orange and black. We're in white and green. Our change kit, our third kit, in fact, our change kit's bright pink. Our home kit, if you haven't seen it, is orange tar, and it's fucking brilliant. And our pink away kit's pretty special as well. And this white, they're all good. They're all good kits, really. Nicely cleared by Steele. That'll do. It's a bit interesting because we're predicted to finish second. And I don't think that the team are good enough to finish second. I think we've made some improvements in the side. We've made some. We haven't improved in other areas. But I think there's definitely. I think we should be looking at a playoffs push. Whether that's going to be enough at the end of the season is going to be up for debate, right? But we'll see. Oh, we missed that header. That'll do. That's fine. Oh, we've swapped our goalkeeper around as well. Blessing's in goal now, by the way. I think this high line might be causing us a bit of an issue as well, so we might have to drop that down just a touch. But at the same time, I don't want to drop it and then encourage more pressure, you know? Because we are regrouping rather than pressing as well, so Walls gets away. Oh, here's Spencer on the breakaway. Just look for the sensible option. Back inside Webster. Walls. McBride. Goes the long way around things. Loses the ball. I think we're lacking a bit of intelligence as well on the ball. It'll come though. We had some. We basically last season we had the heaviest side and lacked pretty much everything else. So we're trying to sort of instill something. And we've got a bit of teamwork in the side, which is good, but lacking technical awareness. Here's McWilliam. He's on loan from Aberdeen. Attacking forward. Advanced forward, I should say. Sorry, Webster. Back to Allen. That's right. Just retain the ball for now. Steele. Only move if it's the right move. Webster. McBride. Avoids the tackle. Charnley. McWilliam. That's never going in, is it? Who tries to take a lob from 20 yards? Well, I'll dink it over the keeper from here. I mean, maybe not. But look at this. 7 shots, 3 on target. Possession. We only have 40% of the ball. We are playing cautious, so that's not the end of the world. Just need one of those chances to go in, don't we? Or at least try and make the goalkeeper make a save. At the minute, everyone's fine. Walls might be a bit of a concern. Spencer might be a concern, just in terms of fitness. In terms of actual performance, lowest rated, Allen, 6.5. McWilliam, 6.6. Charnley just dwelling on the ball a bit there. Harrison puts it forward. Didn't quite get McWilliam wasn't quite pressing on as much. Might have to work out as well. There'll be a point when we can start pushing, but we have to be quite sort of. We're gonna have to think it through. We can't just go hell for leather on it, you know. Because at the end of the day, a point is better than none. Oh, Oh, that's all right. Spencer's done well. Wins the ball back. Blakey's in with it. Charnley. McBride. Charnley again. McWilliam gets the header on it. That's more like it. That's better. Yeah, just causing those mistakes, hustling them into a bit of into giving the ball away. Oh, hang on, ball through. Oh, that'll do. Nicely saved. I don't want to try and suggest anything too much yet, because obviously there's still time in this game to go, but I'm not seeing a lot of the ball coming down the left-hand side at the minute. There's a little bit of stuttering there, so apologies for that. That's just stuttering a bit on the stream. Yeah, the ball's not coming down the left-hand side a lot, as much. So I'm wondering whether that defensive winger for Spencer and fullback on support is kind of like crunching the play up a bit, so we're not as open down that side. If that is the situation, then that's working out quite nicely. So happy with that. We've got something now. I want to see what we can do. Tell you what, Grimmer's got a bit of athleticism, hasn't he? Will he stick in there as a DM? Maybe. I suppose McDonald's the best option, really. Let's put McDonald in. Spencer starting to tire a bit. Could bring Mackay on if needs be. Might need to try and do something up front as well, actually try and create a bit more movement. So maybe McBride possibly coming off, or maybe McWilliam coming off. Bring the Scottish striker on. Possibly try and nick a winner. Pass him with the corner. Right, headed away. Not really headed away. We've got 10 minutes. Is it worth rolling the dice for 10 minutes, or? Oh, hang on. McWilliam's through. McBride has a go. I'll tell you what, let's take McWilliam off for Macbeth. Spencer can be changed for Mackay, even though he's not doing the defensive work. Means we can maybe commit him forward if needs be. Yeah, so let's put him as a winger on support, so he's less defensive. I think this seems fine. If we can see this one out as a 0-0, I'll take that. Oh, nearly gave the ball away. Steele. My heart's in my mouth. What's he doing? They've just blew the whistle there. Referee, what are you thinking? Unbelievable. We were on the ascendancy there. I don't know. Evening, Llama. How are you, pal? Welcome in, sir. It's a pleasure to see you. Have we got a shout for Llama yet? Can't remember. We'll try and get you out there. How are you, my man? Pleasure to see you as always. Life at East Fife is good, Llama. I'm enjoying it. It's a tricky one, right? Let's not beat around the bush. It's a tricky one here, but you know, it's one of those things that we have to try and get our heads around. The Oxford job's available if you're interested. By the way, we can go and get that. I'd go with 8.7 out of 10. That's not bad though, Llama. That's very good. You'd take an 8.7 most days, wouldn't you? You know, that's incredible. I'd take an 8.7. I'd take an 8 or a 7. I'd take a 7 most days. 7's good. Clan Jameson are very well. Thank you. Very, very well indeed. There's Llama's details, by the way. Go and follow Mr. Llama on the YouTube. Because he's a wonderful human being. He makes great content. He's starting the stream as well. So do go and check him out. The clan are good. I think we're just about over chickenpox now. So that's good. Clear. Touch wood will be all right going forward. Well, for this week anyway. Who knows what the weekend's going to bring? Could be any carnage or madness. I've got no idea. And you just never know. You just never know with kids. There's just something around the corner. Like, try not to get too comfortable, I think is the way to look at it. So let's quickly dash a bit of water actually, because I feel a bit gravelly already. I mean, I like this as a question. Having chosen to rest a number of key players, what are your thoughts about the 0-0 draw? I didn't rest key players. We don't have key players yet. That's the problem. I've got one player who's suspended, who's now just about got his way back into the team. But other than that, everyone else is just being picked. You know, that's what the team is right now. Yeah, I'm looking around. We've not left anybody out. Bailey Kadamari's been left out because, again, he's not really sort of adapted to East Fife as quick as we'd expect. John O'Cal, welcome in. Appreciate the follow. Very kind. Let's see what we've got in terms of the Scottish Cup. We travel to Broxburn Athletic or Dunfermline. So there you go. It's an away tie. So that's going to be interesting. So we're at home to Clyde next. Oh, this is one of the ones where you get to see. Oh, it's not. I thought they were going to give us the full rundown of like everyone you could possibly play. Stephen Hornby, possibly related to Nick Hornby. We don't know. Maybe not good enough actually at this point. Stephen Dunlop. Oh, that work rate is dreadful. 5. Come on, Stephen Dunlop. Darren Hamilton. 8's not much better, but he's got more things around him that we could maybe work with, to be honest. So let's shortlist him as a possibility. 17 years old as well. There may be something to work with there, to be honest. What's the best tactic for lots of goals and possession? Oh, David Williams, you don't want much, do you? Loads of tactics. It depends on who you are. It depends upon what league you're playing. It depends on what players you've got. So many variables indeed. Salty B up the TJ, 5 month subs. Appreciate you, Salty. You wonderfully kind human being. Yeah, just there's so many variables, David. Like it just depends on who you're managing. You know, I don't think there's a go-to formation that works, but there's a lot of people who'll tell me otherwise. The save, I think the save's gone right, Salty. I think we're doing okay here. We've got we've played like 10 games or something, and I think we're doing fine. Like, we're 4th, so I'll take that. Oxford are currently bottom. The one Durham City play in real life, that gives loads of goals. Yeah, that's a good point, Red Rose. Yeah, but unfortunately, I think the plan was to also not concede loads of goals as well. Appreciate the follow by it, David. Very kind. What's the current Durham City score? It was 4-0 at half time to Darlington. They weren't having a good one, to be honest. Let's have a look. I mean, here's an interesting thing. We put a tweet out just over a week ago stating the club are exploring fan ownership as an option. Oh, God. Yeah, maybe. It was 6-0, so yeah, they only lost 2-0 in the second half. We sponsor 2 of the players as well, so I'm not saying that that's coincided with results like that, but be fine. I'm sure we can do something. They'll get better. Don't worry about that. It's just a blip. It's a constant blip. But no, you lurk away, Salty. Don't you worry. You get prepared for tomorrow as well. Yeah, Salty's also in the playoffs as well tomorrow. So make sure you keep your eyes on those playoffs. We keep talking about it because it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Definitely need to make sure you're all plugged in for it. From 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, I believe, on the FM Playoffs channel, is the draft. So if you've not seen the draft before, basically we've got 8 contestants, 8 competitors, all vying for the playoffs title. Yeah, there was bad results started 17 months ago. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I can't take all the blame. Red Rose is what I'm saying here. Like, it's not my fault that the results are the way they are. It's part of the problem. I might be part of the solution. I don't know. So yeah, there's the tournament starts technically tomorrow. The draft is tomorrow. We go through the player pool. We get everybody in on a call, and then they all join in. They start drafting together. They pick their squads. They have a bit of a reflection. Friday night, we host a show called Drafts and Crafts, which is basically me hosting with some panel as well. We pull all the teams out. We have a couple of beers and we chat over it. It's very lighthearted. It's a bit like a live podcast show, to be honest. So that's worth having a watch for. Gets a bit silly in parts as well, which is great. And then on Sunday, that's when the main show happens. The main playoffs weekend flies into full swing. Sunday is all the games, and it often gets quite wild, to be honest. There's always drama. So yeah, if you've not seen it before, this weekend's a really, really good one to get your first experience of. So do tune in for that. We're about to play Clyde next. Clyde are sat bottom of the league. We're at home. We've got a cautious mentality. Part of me's thinking we have to start going a little bit more at them. Let them know who's boss. Scouts. Right, can we get a scout? Marcus Big Knot. The Big Knot. Get the big, to turn into the big, yes. Neil Young, I mean, he'd be good for morale, surely. But Marcus Big Knot, judging player ability 9, judging player potential 10. Other way around. Come on, Tony, it's literally in front of you. Fife is boss, says Czar. Yes, it is. That's exactly what we are. He's got good mentals as well. Right, can we get Marcus Big Knot? Can we get the knot in? £75. And do we get the Neil Young? 56. Droslin and Tranmere. 9 and 9. 9 and 9's not bad. Do we give it another week and see if we can get someone better? I think that's probably the best way to do it, isn't it? Like, let's do it. Because Chris Calder's the other option. But then, no, it's not. It is Neil Young. Neil Young is the only other option. Continue for now. Dale Burgess wants the job. I mean, good luck, Dale Burgess, but 8 and 6 ain't going to cut it, I'm afraid. But yeah, as I say, we're going to have to start doing some... some backroom tweaking as well. Is that Marcus Bignot that got run out of QPR for sexual impropriety? Oh, let me double check. Nige? He did. Oh, Marcus Bignot, Cheltenham. Yeah, I think that's probably him, isn't it? Does it say? Yes, there it says Marcus Bignot comments. Yeah, right. Let's withdraw that option for him then. The Courier aren't very happy with me, are we? He was also manager at Guiseley, right? Okay, yeah, we'll get rid of this guy. We'll get rid of that guy. Scottish Brad would love to see someone do a Hibs FM. Well, you know what, Brad? It depends upon how this save goes, because this save we got here is called the British Steel Challenge. So the plan is to win everything in England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. So there might be a point where we take East Fife as far as we can. Hibs could be the next option. You never know. So stay tuned. Drop a follow on the channel. Keep your eyes peeled, because it might just happen. It might just happen. You never know. There we go. Brad drops the follow. That's what it's all about. If you're in Lurkin, by the way, and this is the first time you've been in, do the same. Like, because we don't just stick at East Fife. We've been Banbridge in Northern Ireland. We've been Portadown in Northern Ireland, Dungannon, Linfield, and then we were at Oxford in England for 3 years. So right, let's undo this then. Marcus Bignot. Marcus Bigot. There, get rid of him. Dylan Peter going away from the usual English sides. Oh, Brad, it's boring, man. It's boring. Managing English sides is boring. Like, we've been there, done it, right? You know, this last season on this channel, we managed in Indonesia. That's where we are, right? I'm not a Premier League fan. I hate the Premier League, okay? I despise it with a passion. So for me, going and managing in the Premier League is not really high up on my list. We'll have to at some point in this save, but I'm not straight there. You know, up the Slemon, exactly, Salty, up the Slemon. Taking the PSIS. But yeah, so we're going to try and do something a bit different over here. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Like I say, it's been good so far. I've never managed in Northern Ireland before. Loved it. I have managed in Scotland before, because obviously I used to do some... I used to do like a Berwick save every year. That was what I used to do. But I've said this before, I kind of want to take St Mirren at some point in this save. That's what I want. And we'll see where we get on. But hey, you never know. Frozen Luffy, even I vaguely remember that Premier Manager 2 forced you to start as a team in the conference division. Is that so? If that's true, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Watch the Slemon video, it's fantastic. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? It's like such a great club. Like, to have this female-led Ultras division is pretty badass. Like, I like it. I like the whole positivity vibe as well. Like, there's no negative songs can be chanted, which is bizarre because they really turned against me in the save. So someone didn't really tell the researchers that. They didn't put it into the game, so that wasn't realistic. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought the Indonesian football was a lot of fun, to be honest. Certainly explain why I always start as Gateshead or Halifax. Is that ringing a bell now? I do remember Premier Manager 2, maybe. That might be a thing, you know, Frozen. I think I've maybe blocked that from my memory, but you could be onto something there. I didn't remember it until that point. But with FM, I'm the same. I go to the lower leagues. I don't go to the top divisions. I like the story. I like to feel any success we get is earned. You know, and it's going to take us a while, and there's going to be some moments when we don't win stuff. And there's going to be some moments where things are a bit shit, like this, for example. We give the ball away and we concede silly goals. But I think ultimately it's worth it in the end. It's Blakey quite out of position. It's a good finish from McLeod, though. I've got to admit that. That's a really nice finish, but still. There's also Super Play. You could get on a free transfer. Was there? What, would he just come to anybody? Great ball over the top. Webster with the hit. There's the corner. Right, Blakey, come on. Onto someone's head, Blakey. It's away. Spencer back to Blakey. Can't even hit the target. Neither can Harrison. Let's push forward a bit, but drop the defense a bit. McBride, Charnley just dwelling on the ball a smidge. See what I mean? There's like a lack of intelligence with the players. That's going to cause us some problems, I think. McBride, Walls, Webster. McBride. See, because when they actually put their foot on the ball and play, they're fine, but it's when they've almost got too much time to think and they're just like, oh yeah, you know, and then they're sort of like, their brain just sort of like wanders off a little bit, off the crossbar somehow. No idea how that's gone there. A little sort of floating header almost. Webster in for Harrison. What the hell is Harrison doing all that way up? Constantly there was someone called Conroy at Preston North End, which is ringing bells, but I need to check myself. Interesting. As I say, not a game it's a game I played, but not one I remember massively inside out. But you know, it's one of those ones where I'm sure if I sort of like had a quick look at it, I'd be like, yes, that was the game actually. Was it Commodore 64? Pulled it back. Webster. Get the ball back inside. Oh, someone gets header. Spencer on the back there. Alright, let's go positive. We're doing okay so far, but let's be a bit more tempo, I think. especially considering this team at the bottom of the league. We're losing at home already. 3 minutes in. Amiga Atari, yeah. It is starting to ring a few bells, to be honest. Tyson's free kicks over the top. Walls, Charnley, Harrison, Blakey, Spencer. There he goes round. Nice. Penalty. What a move. What a run. What a run by Spencer. There's your defensive winger right there. Let's see McBride with a penalty. Oh, he's missed it. Oh, you absolute... Oh. Scottish Brad in with the prime. Brad, I appreciate you so much. By the way, if anyone's got Prime, by the way, feel free. Link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch. Doesn't cost you anything. You get a free sub every single month. You can use it on any creator you want on the platform. Use it here. You can use it all over the place. Try and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, appreciate the support, Brad. Very kind. I can't believe he's missed that. What a nightmare. Gonna have to take him off now as well. Can't be letting him on there. If I ever got into this, I'd love to play as a proper low league team. As a Premier League stuff doesn't really interest me. Yeah, 100% frozen. 100%. It's just not fun, is it? You know? Quick question, says Madman. In the Premier League, what was unique about Bruno Fernandes's goal against Brighton that still remains unique to this very day? I don't know. That wasn't the two-footed penalty, was it? Was it the first goal that was scored by a player called Bruno Fernandes in September 2020? Is that the thing? It's probably not, is it? Oh, no, was it the first VAR goal? No, it wouldn't have been, would it? Anyone else can feel free to chuck some ideas in here, by the way. Good ball back through. McWilliams is through. Get in. Great run. Look at the referee. It's fine. It counts. It was close with the VAR and penalty. Did he have to retake the penalty because of VAR? God, I remember, so I won't say. Because I felt for some reason that the first thing that came to my head was it was a two-footed penalty, like, and I was like, that must be it. But then VAR, I'm like, was VAR been around for the last 2 years? Maybe, but then I'm thinking, was it? So I was wondering whether or not the goalkeeper's moved or whatever. Added time, 10th minute winner. Oh, maybe. Oh, it was the one that was that the one that was scored after the final whistle? No, that was someone who's red card after the final whistle, wasn't it? Or was it the one that was after the whistle? Maybe. Let me think. Right, it was the one that's after the final whistle. Yes. There we go. Look at that. Smarts. Got some smarts on me today. Or after, it took me a while, to be honest. It took me quite a while to be like, oh, now I know the answer. Do you though, Tony? Not really. No. Got there in the end though. Good question. That's a very good question. That'll stump a few people. Let's have a look. Do we have to do anything else? Do we have to tweak anybody else? There's a question. I'll come back to this question in a second, Brad, about what we think we like in FM24. Anyone else, feel free to put your comments in the chat, by the way, just while we finish this match here, because I need to concentrate just a smidge on it. See that we get more than see that we get at least a 1-1 draw. I'd like a win. But after 4 defeats, they'll take a draw. Even though I probably shouldn't. Macbeth goes flying in there with a tackle. What are you playing at? Somehow we get the ball away though. Spence has picked it back up, gives it away. Oh, ball's through. Great play by the goalkeeper. Absolutely loving it. Oh, McWilliam just launched it from distance. That would have been a great goal. See, Alan's struggling a bit as well. Let's get Jordan O'Neill on there. Lama says new nations to manage are long overdue. Hopefully FM24 has got a couple. That's a good point actually, Lama. That is a very good point. Lots of nations I would like to see. Like Africa and Asia just feel like, and I don't know whether it's licensing or what, or whether it's a lack of research or whatever, but Africa and Asia feel very sparse. Like, to do a proper African and Asian journey, man, just, it's not really a thing, is it? You know? So I think that's I think that would be good. If you could get something extra in there, would be cool. But again, I'm sure that comes down to a resource issue of availability of researchers and data, which they clearly mustn't have. Hence why they've not got it in so far. Right, Forfar are going to overtake us in the league at this point. Slicker clears it. Nodded it back down. McDonald. Webster. One final roll of the dice, possibly. 5 minutes left, maybe. Oh, Macbeth gives the ball away. It's not us who's got the final roll of the dice. It's not us at all, is it? Oh, no. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, no. Is this a back heel, though? I don't know if it is a back heel or not, but I mean, that's gutting, innit? Welcome in, Caffeine. Appreciate the raid. Very, very kind. Hope you're well, buddy. Welcome in, Raiders. This is British Steel. This is British Steel. It's that's gutting. We've just lost at home to the team who's bottom of the league. 2-1. Couldn't hang on. We couldn't hang on. We were 5th. We've now dropped to 7th. Right. Okay. That's fine. Don't worry. We can... We'll be fine. We can get there. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be one of those, isn't it? It's gonna be one of those saves. We go to Scotland. Scotland's never really worked out for us on stream, to be honest. I don't know why we put ourselves through this, but here we are. Ian and Sebastian, how are you, pal? Throwing some team bonding. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing some training and some of that sort of stuff now as well. So we've had enough time just to sort of settle it down as it is and go, right, now let's see what we can do. So because we're only part-time, I think the best way to do it is tactics and teamwork, and then do something like set pieces, right? So attacking and defending set pieces, okay? We'll chuck a couple of team bondings in here where you get some extra breaks, because we haven't got anything for match review and all that sort of stuff. We can't get that. Let's copy that. Let's paste. Change some of this. In fact, actually, let's quickly change to Evening Footad. Yes, how are you? Welcome in. Appreciate the follow as well, by the way. Let's change some of this. Maybe that's at home, so on set pieces. You know, set pieces seems reasonable enough, doesn't it? Paste everything there. Does that paste a lot, does it? Oh, look at this. This is some extra bits here. I joined a Tony stream to find in Scotland. That was the dark times of 20. Mickey Spoon. I think it's going to do the same again, mate. Welcome back in, by the way. Pleasure to see you, pal. Absolute pleasure. Hope life is treating you good. Let's quickly do. I tell you what. Home to Hamilton. Right, let's put the team bonding in here. Okay, put that in that spare slot there. Can we have a team meeting? Did we do a meeting? Club atmosphere is fine, to be honest. Right, contrasting personalities, so we might have to look at that. Okay, a couple of players want to move, fine, no problem. Let's potentially look to get those players out of the club as well then. Jordan O'Neill looks like he's pretty good, or at least it looks like he was fine. Offer those clubs out. 51k. And Troy Edney wants to start more games. Fair enough. I understand that. I'm bad by signing my mates on FM just because I find them cool in the game. Yeah, that can happen. That can happen, Brad. Who have you signed? Who's your go-tos? Because we were saying about FM24, by the way, about what we'd like and what we'd sort of like to see. I've flip-flopped on this a little bit. And I've gone from, I want a set-piece creator. I've gone from that. I'm not sure I do now. Right? I'm not sure I do because it just adds another layer of complexity that unless it's done right and it's done really, really well from the start, I think it's going to cause more problems than good. Like if you look at some of the stuff that the company have to put up with anyway, like, you know, they don't think that. And I'm not going to say, if I just say the word graphics, right? I'm not saying about graphics. I'm not talking about graphics at all, right? But some people think the graphics aren't good enough. Like, I don't think that updating the graphics would make the game better. I think updating the set pieces would make the game better, but I think if it's done wrong, or if it's not done absolutely perfectly, then you get a lot of people complaining about it, because there's already a whole lot of people who don't want to do set pieces anyway, right? Like, there's a load of people. There's 3 million users of this game, okay? There's 3 million users, okay? I think on Twitch and YouTube, we're probably the 0.1% of users, okay? No, let me rephrase that. We're probably the 1% of users, okay? The people like myself, who are the people who play low league saves for 50 seasons, we're probably the 0.1%. I think most people who play the game, of those 3 million users, are the people who play 3 seasons as Manchester United, as Bayern Munich, as Barcelona, as Real Madrid, as Newcastle, as Liverpool, win the Champions League. They play 4-2-3-1 gegenpress and then they turn it off. That's what I think the majority of users are. Yeah? And I'm probably right about that. Really. Yeah? Globally. Yeah? So SI have kind of got this balance to strike, right? They've got to kind of keep the majority happy. Yeah? The casual gamers happy. And they've got to keep the hardcore gamers happy. Yeah? Now the hardcore gamers and the casual gamers kind of want the same things, but also want different things. Yeah? Now, you can put set pieces in now, but if you make it how I would want it, and how someone like Llama, maybe, who's in the chat as well, he might want it, I would like it like Madden, where there's a playbook, like, and you could literally have all these set pieces out, and you could try and work out how these set pieces work, but you're literally building a playbook, right? Or you could download a playbook if you don't want to work them out yourself, right? That's how I would like it to be done. But if it's done badly, then all SI are going to get is a whole bunch of people saying set pieces don't work. Why have you changed it? Why have you put this set piece creator in that doesn't work? Like, so they're sort of damned if they do and they're damned if they don't, really. And with something like that, I think I'd rather they did it when it was 100% right. Do you know what I mean? And like, rather than having it with just too much that can go wrong. It's like in a car. Like, you buy a car and it's got all these new fancy gadgets in it. Ultimately, that's more things that can go wrong with the car. Gone are the days of just you buy a car and it just works and doesn't work, right? Now it's like, oh yeah, something's gone wrong with the fucking onboard computer or whatever. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you don't need all that extra nonsense. I think to get that set piece creator working perfectly, that's what they do. And until it does work perfectly, I say, as much as I want it, don't put it in. And it's taken me this year to come to that realization, going, don't put it in just yet if you can't get it to work. Yeah. Seen the same thing happen in Formula 1 games. Something gets introduced but don't work until the year after. Yeah, exactly. And then all you get is a bunch of people complaining that it doesn't work. And it doesn't really help anybody, does it? Because then they'll just say, oh, well, why didn't they just wait until next year and put it in next year? And it's like, well, because everyone's been kicking off about wanting it this year. You can't please all the people all the time. That's what people need to remember. As difficult as that might be. So, I don't know. What do I want to see next season on the game? I agree with Lama. I want to see more leagues. I want to see more nations that are possible if we get those sorts of researchers available, if we get that data available. I think the match engine's great. I think the match engine plays really well this year. I think that there's some confusion with people thinking the match engine and the graphics engine are the same thing. They're very different. I also think that, for me, I don't know. It's difficult to find what I'd like, because I quite like this game. I like this version of the game. I think if you're going to do a graphical overhaul, yes, fine, the stadiums might need a bit of freshening up, right? But I'm not buying this game because of the graphics. For me, the graphics don't make a difference. I'm streaming, so I've got the graphics turned on. I could technically play on 2D. I'm of a generation that was growing up on this game where it was just text. So for me, the graphics don't make a blind bit of difference. I would imagine the game in my head regardless. So for me, the graphics aren't important. But again, for SI, I understand that they're trying to attract the FIFA generation as well. Because I'm 43. They've got me hooked for life. They've also got to try and convince a 17-year-old to buy the game. Yeah? I took the game on when I was 13. Yeah? Where's the next 13-year-old, 14-year-old coming in? They're not going to look at this and go, this looks brilliant, this looks like FIFA, because it doesn't. Yeah? And when we were 13, FIFA didn't look like FIFA. FIFA looked like dog shit, right? And FIFA sort of looked a little bit better than Sensible Soccer, but Sensible Soccer played really well. Back in our day, granddad talking now, right? Back in our day, gameplay was king. Yeah? If the gameplay was good, it made up for the fact the graphics were terrible. Tetris, one of the greatest games of all time. Just blocks in black and white. Yeah? Sensible World of Soccer, just dots. Top down, the graphics are awful, but fuck, man, that game played. That played, yeah? You could load that up now and you would still have enjoyment on it, yeah? Dino Dini's goal, exactly the same. The old Championship Manager, exactly the same. That's why people still go back to it and be like, oh, I found it. I found how there's a site that's got it on and you can play it. That's what it's all about, And I think that our generation, partly it's nostalgia as well, that we will stick to it and be like, oh yeah, but maybe this is the sort of thing that we like. But I don't think adding graphics is going to make the game better. Sensible Soccer and Cannon Fodder crossover. Oh, now you're talking, Frozen Luffy. Make that happen. 100%. Oh, that would be delightful. Yes. Yes to that. That would be amazing. Bring that to the table. Right, that's got to be done. For graphics, if there's something just for key moments, not just key moments as it is, but only confirmed key moments, but something happens in the full FIFA mode. But, okay, so I understand that theory, Spoon, but what about if people play on low-powered laptops? And I know that, again, you've got this thing, at what point do you stop supporting people who don't have the right technology? it's easier. I guess it's easier when you're on a console. And maybe this will be part of it. Maybe the console game will be different, Maybe the console game might end up with better graphics because they can push it. And people are used to graphics on a console. Not saying that people aren't used to graphics on a PC, because of course they are as well. I think something like F1 Manager maybe did a bit of damage, really, because people's expectations got raised by sort of saying, well, look, this is what can be done. But in a sense, you also need to remember that F1 Manager only has to create 20 teams, 20 racetracks, and it never has to change. Never has to change. It doesn't create a new universe. It isn't never ending. It's not generating new drivers, new things, new like, I suppose like stadiums, I guess, are improving in FM. It doesn't create new racetracks. Do you mean the universe doesn't change? So it's not. So yes, it looks amazing, but it only has to look amazing by about that much. Whereas FM would have to look amazing by about that much. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. I'm trying to work it out in my head if it makes sense, but I think I just about understand what I'm saying. I hope what I'm saying comes across fairly right. Tony, what's happened to you? I know, I'm talking proper. You're all sensible now. I know. It's just one of those things. Mickey, I've been sat and I've been listening to a lot of noise, I think, over the last 4 months, maybe. And I just don't think that a lot of it's justified and a lot of it's right. I think there's just some stuff seems reasonable and rational, but some stuff I think just need to step back a smidge and be like, does that make sense? I don't really think it does. And again, I'm coming at it from a different place, possibly. Maybe I'm coming at it from, 43-year-old man. Like, I'm not a 20-year-old. Like, what I need and what I want is different to what a 20-year-old wants and needs. So my views are going to be different. It doesn't mean that the 20-year-old's views are any less valid than mine. It just means that my wants and needs are different. Yeah? Zara, what makes it a joy anyway is that they're here cheating on a random club like East Fife and will soon listen to Michael Owen books again, graphics or not. Exactly. Ultimately, none of it matters, right? Because for me, again, this is the point, right? It's all... FM is about stories. We make stories here. It doesn't really matter how it looks. We need to flesh that out ourselves, That's what I think anyway. Games look a lot more than they used to. Developers are often getting run into the ground to put everything in. They are, and also remember as well that this is a small studio, right? SI are a small studio. Yeah, I know they're part of Sega, but it's still small, right? So there's that to think about as well. And like, once they're done with the game, they're on to the next game. There's no break. They're just straight into it. And, that's dedication, right? So at what point do they suddenly turn around and go, right, you know what? Enough. The level of detail in FM is insane. I think so. But, as I say, you can't please all the people all the time. And nor should you try to. You should never be looking to do that. I think you should have your own philosophy. I think you should be comfortable in what you're trying to do. And from that point, I think that SI are good in the fact they make a game that they would like to play. And whether that's a bit exclusionary or not, I don't know. It's totally fine if that is the situation. But they're not they're not looking to just fold over quickly and put big flashy graphics and stuff in there for no reason. And it feels like everything that's put in is kind of for a reason. The stadiums, I understand. I'll concede a little bit on the stadium. The match day view probably needs a bit of a freshen up, right? But if I see a freshened up stadium, again, that comes with problems, okay? Because Scotland's not the one. Scotland is not the one. Right. Imagine this, right? We upgrade all this stadium over here, okay? All the stadium looks fantastic, looks nice, looks fanciful, okay? What happens then is we're going to wait for the camera to spin round. I'm going to give you my example here, right? Just you wait. All the stadium gets done lovely, right? What's going to happen then is you're going to see all the animations for the fans, right? And you're going to start picking fault with the fans' animations. Right? All these little fans over here, you're going to think they're not animated well enough. Because you think, well, hang on, they've spent all that time making the stands look lovely. You know, why have they not made the fans look lovely? Look at something like, and again, I think I used this example on stream the other week. Look at WWE 2K23, I think it is, right? The gameplay looks brilliant. The gameplay looks great. Fans look awful. FIFA, gameplay looks great. Fans look awful. Also, as well, the FIFA graphics engine fucks up royally all the time. Look at how many times there's videos online of like, oh, look at this glitch on FIFA and look at this glitch on UFC. And do you want that? Do you want that sort of those videos? We're like, hey, look at this funny thing that happens. I don't really think that's a good idea, personally. I don't think it's a good look for anyone. What people have to think about as FM is to work on a 10-year-old laptop. Well, exactly. And that's the thing, you know. At what point do you force people to buy new technology to play a game, Wattle? That's the question, isn't it, you know? Silly idea for next year, Subbuteo mode for the graphics. Oh. Let's make it happen, Raju. I like that idea. Allow me to pick the damn menu for the hospitality section for my stadium. Well, okay, you make a compelling argument. To be honest, Brad. Yeah, I take the point as well, Lama, by the way, for how much they're making money, but I think in terms of their staff resource, I think they're deemed a small studio. I think they do well with what they've got. Ashava, CMSI gets stats from Steam about what hardware the game is being played on. Steam would love getting that kind of data. Good question. I don't know. That is a good question. Certainly want to ask. We're that old, we remember the text-only mode on Champ Manager, says Keeney. Yeah, exactly. Graphics are fine. I would gladly go back to having a text-only game. And I think that's the thing. I think I'm the same. I could go back to text-only, and I could stream text-only. But now I'm using it as an entertainment platform, so it is a slightly different experience. And I guess if you are streaming, then yes, theoretically you do need it to look nicer. But with that comes another pressure on everyone's kit, you know, everyone's internet bandwidth, everyone's, you know, your guys' technology. You know, we're slipping badly now. This is not good. To get a brand new game every year is in different platforms is so hard. Yeah. And I think as well, it's like, do you want an entire rebuild every year? Because that's not possible. Like, look how many years it takes. Was it 10 years between Grand Theft Auto 5 and Grand Theft Auto 6 possibly coming out? You know, that's... He wishing he stayed at stand 3 Tories now. Maybe. I think it's Wales, isn't it, Red Rose? I think we're going to Wales. We all thought East Fife was going to be a great idea. Oh, come off it. What a cheeky header that is. Oh, he's done well there. Llama, I need help. What are we doing, mate? How do we fix this mess? It's time for Michael Owen. Can Michael Owen help us? Where's our mess? Don't look at me, text RDF. I feel a big rebuild for FM will happen when women's football's in the game. You have to cross over the teams to manage and ladies' teams to manage. Maybe. I mean, they're obviously they're working on a new match engine for that because they have to, because they've obviously motion captured women because they run differently, they perform differently, move differently. So, that could be part of it. But again, that all costs money. That all takes time. You want to make sure it's right. Get Tony Tactics on the phone. See, the thing is, I thought that Tony Tactics had that left-hand side thing covered. Oof. I think you're right, Mickey. I think Scotland's the thing. Tempo down, regroup, risks out, let everyone play their favourite role. Well, that's what we had. We had low tempo. We had regroup. I think it's worry. Even Danny Emu, how are you, pal? Just giving the ball away now. Nice ball at the top. Oh, come off it. You've got to be kidding me. We get a chance like that and it clatters off the underside of the bar. Unbelievable. Are you a bit of an underdog in the league? Are you trying to shithouse you out of it? I don't know. Maybe I've got that mentality though, Llama, and maybe we shouldn't be. Maybe we should be a bit more offensive, possibly. The media expect us to finish second, but I don't think the squad's good enough to finish second. I mean, we're only 3 points off the playoffs. Ironically, if you look at the league table properly, I know the game won't look like that. The game will be like, right, you're second bottom, therefore, it's time to be relegated. But 3 points is all we are. We're not a million miles off. I just think we need to do another redress, I think. I think, maybe back to the 4-4-2 or maybe a 4-3-3. I think the central midfield's too weak. I think we need to invest in some better midfielders, and we need a striker who's going to put the ball in the net. How are we going to do that? Are we going to get until January to do that? Hopefully. Are you missing that one or two players to be a promotion side? Probably. I think a little bit of quality. I think at the minute you'd argue that we still need those couple of players just to even be staying in the league. But I think it's a formation issue more than anything. I think it's a tactics problem. I don't think I've really set things up right. Maybe we're a little bit too defensive at home, and therefore it's my own fault. I'm sort of bringing it on myself a little bit here, I think. Am I deliberately shooting myself in the foot in Scotland? It feels like that, doesn't it? Freshen up a few players in January. Yeah, exactly. Conceded a lot of goals in the early stages of the other half. Yeah, we're not really focusing, to be honest. It's generally accepted, rightly or wrongly, that players in the middle have to do more different situations than teammates out wide. Well, yeah, then we need to do a lot of alterations, I think, to be honest. There's been a general positive reaction to the control possession style. Optimism for the future. I mean, let's have a look, shall we? Let's go into Well, we'll go with data first. Or data is going to suggest that we're not playing great. We're not blocking. We're not making clearances. We're conceding quite badly. That's not going well. Attacking, though, we're doing okay. We're creating chances. Crosses are good. Busy defence. We're infrequently winning the ball. We're tackling hard, apparently, which I'm not 100% sure about, really. We're not crossing. Fewer passes allowed against, and lots of passes completed. We're just not scoring. Like, ironically, in terms of the XG table, we're where we're supposed to be. XG gives us 15 goals. You scored 15 goals. Expected points, 17.5. We got 16. We're predicted in 7th. We're currently in 7th. We're very, very busy in defence. We need to push that defence higher, but the ball's still coming over the top. So we're still having to pick the ball up further back. Overran at home by Kelty Hearts. Like, look at that. Shouldn't be having that at home. Sorry. Like, they were having the ball in the deep areas in the middle. We were in deep areas in the middle as well. So I think I can solve the over-the-top problem for you. I'm experiencing something similar. Is it? Because what I used to do was I would have a high line would drop off more, so that you'd start high, but because you're always going to drop back when there's that natural sort of sense of worry. But I understand that your mentality changes the thought process of where your line is. So if you're on a cautious high line, you're probably a little bit further back anyway. That's how I understand it to be. But I think we might have to rip things up and start again. Because we've got the standard 4-4-2, which again is fine for us, you know. Stand line, low block, cautious mentality, click, step up. Okay, so let's have a look at this then, right? So, expectations are now that we finished third, right? So, things have changed a little bit. We'll get to Michael Owen in a second as well, by the way. Just remember. We're 3 points off the playoffs, right? So, it's not the end of the world so far. 6 defeats, 4 wins, 4 draws. We can turn it round. Inverness, Cali, Cowdenbeath next. So 3rd and 9th. So realistically, Inverness, we push on, get in their face, because they don't expect it. Cowdenbeath, get in their face. Stop the path in the first place by condensing the pitch, put more pressure on the ball. Yeah. So you think low block it in that sense then? So are we going direct or are we going shorter passing? Standard passing? Are we going to play wide? Are we going to play narrow? I think if we go wider, then at least we've got somewhere for the ball to go. And I think that's maybe a part of the thing as well. We're bunching too much in the middle. Do a 90s shithouse approach. Maybe. Sure, at that level, players can't pass. Good point. If so, press fewer buttons. Lama's a smart man. Let the players work it out themselves. Yeah. Right. Would you go wider, Lama? Standard passing, slightly higher tempo. Have these players got enough thought process on the ball, though? Get the pressing off if you can't stay tight. Leave it to just general understanding of how it goes. Right, okay. So that's fine. Let's look at that then, okay? So, fullback on attack's not going to happen. Let's be honest. Let's put a fullback on support there. Okay? Defensive winger on support. That covers the left-hand side. Webster's away off on the right. Fine. Okay? Right midfielder, winger on support. So again, we kind of need him on attack though, because otherwise we're not going to get. Actually, put him defensive as well. Have the winger go around the other side. That might work. Valente and DLP's not really having it, is it? I've gone a bit too meta, and I don't like meta. Do we do DM and box to box? Because that's essentially all it is, isn't it, really? Like, do we have a DM here who stays wider? Takes few risks off. Stay wider. Yeah, so it adds a bit of defensive solidity here. This guy needs to be there. Box to box midfielder on support. Simplest roles. Yeah. I know they're essentially the same things, like, so those players deep midfield, they won't be able to engage the midfields if they're in midfield C's. Yeah. I'm just worried that we need somebody who can actually get forward. Imagine explaining to a twice a week midfielder what a trait was Segundo Valente is. Yeah, no, I get that. And you're right, that probably is part of the concern. Give you the best piece of tactical advice anyone's ever given me. Go for it, Llama. And if it's keep it simple, then you're 100% right. Got your midfielders pressing if you like. Do opposition instructions and mark instructions. Get the two midfielders to do too much. Possibly, yeah. Go on your strikers to go Mitrovic on their DM. Pick a club from any history and time whose playing style you want to replicate. Pick roles that match that. We need to find a big striker like Peter Reid would have, don't we? Because the thing is, as well, you'd have a slight asymmetry. You'd always have one winger who's a little bit more attacking. So if it's say for example we'll look at that Sunderland style, and it's going to be similar to Blackburn as well, because I think with Sunderland you'd have Nicky Summer be pushing up there like that. Okay, he'd be a little bit more advanced. With Blackburn, you'd have Jason Wilcox a little bit more. Do you know what I mean? A little bit more advanced than Gary Flitcroft. Stuart Ripley, I guess, would have been the other option. You know. Did you ever do the inverting the pyramid tactics? No, I haven't yet. Mickey. It's something to think about. So recreate Peter Reid. So you'd have your wing back on attacks. That'll be Michael Gray getting around the outside. We could potentially have that working if we have Spencer doing a bit of defensive work here, because he's a wing back as well, like a defensive winger. So we could get Knox going up and around, possibly. Acceleration's good, work rate's good. His position is not great. He's a wing back on defend. Blakey doesn't have the acceleration but has everything else. Can now play fullback support. So wing back support, I think. Yeah. Think Trent Alexander-Arnold rather than Mickey Gray. So that was going to be another question I was going to have. Llama, do we now have to look at inverted wingers to get inverted wingbacks to get inside and help out the defenders? I'm wondering if that's part of the problem we've got, because this guy, for example, he is 5'3", but he can also play DM. So he's sort of, in a sense, my Trent Alexander-Arnold, really. Could I get him coming in here to help with Charnley, who's box to boxing, right? That allows Webster to go and do his thing up the top. Maybe stick with me on this one, right? If Charnley goes to Mazzala there and Stewart goes there as an inverted wing back, does that work? Or is that just too much crazy? What's Edney looking like as well? Edney's a ball winner. Is he a bit better? Charnley's playing well, actually. We maybe need to keep him in there. It's not crazy enough. Can you occasionally slap the analyst heat button thing? Because if he wing backs in, if he goes inverted wing back, he'd come into there. And your players smart enough to understand. No. No, they're not. Slot 3 is for murder ball. Yeah, we could do that, couldn't we? Right, let's clear that. Right. Do left hand side and attack and right hand side traditional wingers and fullback. Thing is, Spencer's not. Evening Gibbs, how are you, pal? Welcome in. Thing is, I think Blakey can get us the assists. He should be able to cross the ball from anywhere, really. So we need him to be doing a bit more. Right. There's a cross from deep. Right. Cross more. Actually, you know what? Just cross from more often. Just cross more often. Get that ball in. We're all right, Gib. We're all right. We're in a bit of a spiral with East Fife at the minute. It's not beyond fixing, but it's just, you know when things happen and you're just like, for God's sake. We're 3 points off the playoffs, but we're also 2 points off the relegation. So to look at it objectively, we're currently in relegation. We're in a relegation battle, but we're not really, if that makes sense. So if we have him as DLP, but Brogan's playing all right. Central midfielder and attack. But then we're sacrificing Charnley, who's been doing all right. Midfield setup looks all right. What, like that? DLP, box to ball winner. We're going to support and a defensive winger. Oh yeah. We love a struggle in Scotland. We're only losing on goals and points. Exactly, Mickey. That's the spirit. We're losing on a technicality. Other teams have got more goals and more points than us. That's the issue. Right, that looks fine. I'm going to take that off because we don't need a wing back on an inverted wing back. If we can't win, we're at least destroying their pitch. yeah, I'll fuck up your pitch if I have to. Are we trying to get crosses in the box? We were mixing it. I've now got Blakey whipping more crosses in. Right, so he's going to have to do that. Go with the winger on the left. Link up the DL. See, now this is the problem, Gib. Right? I agree in principle with we need more on this left-hand side. Issue is, Spencer here should theoretically be getting forward. But he's not very good at that. So we've kind of had him covering a bit more defensively with Blakey because Blakey's not got the engine. But Blakey's got all the skills that we need to cross from deep, essentially. So I am kind of holding them back a little bit. Could he get forward? I mean, they would be brilliant. Yeah, pace is great, acceleration's good, crossing's okay at this level, fine. Vision's shit though. His vision's 5. Like he's picking, like he can't see the pass that he's going to actually put in. Runs the ball down the left, gets forward when possible, plays no through balls, knocks the ball past people. Doesn't look like a wing back. He doesn't. His tackling's fine. His marking's okay. His off the ball's bad. Physically, he's a specimen. Right? As a fullback, he'll cross from deep. Yeah. Physicals are amazing, but his technicals aren't very good, though. That's the problem. I'll tell you what he is. He's Scottish League One Adama Traore. Physically strong, imposing. Not actually that useful, really, when you think about it. You'd have Spencer as a winger, the chap as a regular fullback. Are we thinking that? Those guys won't play football, just think of them in terms of bodies. That's what I've been thinking, Jens. I don't think of them as human beings. I think of them as just bits of meat for me to mould. Set out and do my evil bidding. Right, I'll tell you what. This is going to come back on you lot. Right? Paul, here we go. Spencer. Wing attack. DM. Or DWL. LS. In the bin. Right. Go. There you go. You lot can start picking this one out. Loads of ones and zeros. Yeah. It's no Renford. Czar. I want Renford. I would love Renford to happen. I would love it, but it just ain't gonna happen right now. Conceding the goals in the penalty area, so we're too high up. Opposition final third entries are through the centre. Assists are conceded from deep, right? So we've got no penetration here. So they're crossing the ball here. So that's again why I was thinking Spencer comes back and helps out with Blakey. The closing, and I found positive attacking mentality is the way it goes. Defences are not good in this league. There is that as well. But then also my strikers aren't good. That's the issue. I think we're lacking a bit of quality. I think this quality is the thing. We can probably tweak this around. It's not unsalvageable. Of course it's not. Stay with the cautious mentality. We can always change that up as well, remember. So we can copy that. Yeah. Then we can even make it defensive if we need to. Put those boys there like that. Yeah. In fact, maybe that's where he does go as the defensive in that point. You know? Fullback support. Fullback defend. Actually, not fullback. Support, fullback defend. So that's maybe how we go defensive. Yeah. And do it that way. Make the pitch small with a low block, standard line, squeeze them into space. So what do you mean? So what? Trap them outside? Like that? Or squeeze them inside? So defend narrow. No, we want to defend wide, don't we? Let them go. Yeah, in. Is that right? From them outside. Right, okay. Alright, there you go. High press my way through League 1 and League 2. Right, you want a winger on attack here. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see how it goes then. Let's see how it goes. Right. Hopefully that can be the start of something that. Yeah. Right. Okay. In out, shake all about. Hello, Kev. How are you? Welcome. If you're not all following Kev, by the way, make sure you do so as well. Low block, make sure they don't stop the goalkeeper distribution. That's a bit contradictory. Sit back, lads. Yes, good point. Right, let's try it. So, where's trading at then? Premier tactic, that one. Yeah, okay. How are we? We're all right. We're all right, Kev. We're in a bit of a muddle at the minute. We're slightly form's not looking good. Results aren't looking good, but we think we can fix it. We think. What about crosses? Are we stopping them with this tactic? This one, I think we're sitting back and sort of like trying not to worry, because the thing is, if we start engaging with the crosses, then I don't think we're strong enough to win the ball in the air. That's the thing. So I don't know whether we just take the chance. I mean, like Harrison, you would imagine, should really be plucking these out of the air. Jumping reach 18, he should be knocking everything out. No worries at all. Connor Allen, 14 for jumping reach. Whereas Jordan O'Neill, 14 for jumping reach. These boys should be able to knock the balls that come through, but again, they're lacking confidence. Right back, however, is a bit small, 5'3", so that could be a problem. United City knows how to fix it. Right, well, I'll tell you what. Let's think about how to fix it while we quickly read from Michael Owen's autobiography. Czar, give us a page between 1 and 331, please. Apologies, well, by the way, for just smacking the microphone arm there as well. Take that down to standard, I think, yeah. Should McWilliam be dropped? He has been dropped. He has. 234. Let's hope this isn't a page we've already read. Because worryingly, we're now starting to recognise the pages. Some numbers just sound right, though, don't they? Just like, yeah, do that one. That sounds like a nice number. So I understand. Sounds like we're witnessing a llama masterclass. We are. Absolutely are. Tony Tactics has taken the night off. We've given it to Llama to play assistant manager duty. So here we go. Let's quickly do this one. Right. Are we all sitting comfortably? It's time for the world according to Michael Owen. After an hour of this, I didn't know. Yeah. I tell you what, I'm not even going to read the previous page, so you've got no context here. I stood up, walked around a bit, and said, "It's getting a bit better." Then it was back on the desk and more deep massaging. We were all sweating, desperate for it to come right. I'm just going to leave it there. That seems to be it. After an hour of this, I didn't know how much progress we'd made, because I was so anxious for the problem to go away so I could line up for the biggest game of my life. Richard was really getting stuck in, and the pain was so bad I could have cried. It turned out he was deadening the sensations in the nerves around the injured area. It was evident I had a fairly serious hamstring tear up the muscle, and it's 99% certain that I made the injury worse by playing on in the tournament. But at that time, the pain was retreating. After an hour, I could go 3/4 pace without discomfort. So we jogged back to the hotel room, and I grabbed my kit. There you go. It's a nice bit of Michael Owen story for everyone. Might have been Newcastle days. Could be any days. Could be any. Riveting stuff, you're right. You're on your edge of your seat right now, aren't you? Going, whoa, what's happening? Right, we have a head of youth development. He might not be needed for too long. What attributes are key for dictates, tempos, and 1-2s? I guess you want to have things like decision making, you want to have composure, vision, possibly, I'm guessing. Hello, by the way, it's swine flu. That's what I would think. Again, anyone in the chat who's got anything else, feel free to offer some ideas. Luke Harding still looks decent, doesn't he? If we're looking for a bit of flair, that could be it. Fluffy, I left the coffee at the room to make coffee at the end and almost caught that went Michael Owen. Yeah. We go through the Michael Owen book for Frozen. It's riveting stuff. £2.50 in a charity shop. I feel as though I've been robbed. Diabazor, appreciate the follow. Very, very kind. Dan Gamer, can't wait to see Owen's LinkedIn. It's going to be dreadful, isn't it? It's going to be so bad. McDonald won't come to us, sadly, because he came last season. It's literally just words. It is literally just all the words just come out. The more I hear them, the more I think he actually wrote most of it. Oh yeah, he's 100% written it, or he's dictated it. You know, do a line, Gib. Right, give me another number between 1 and 331. £2.50 cheaper, half the price. 274. Yeah, the British Heart Foundation have got their money's worth out of this, haven't they? 274. Let's see. Oh, here we go. This could be a good one. This could be a good one. It's the start of a new paragraph. Life and death. It was a cold day in early January 2004, and I was strolling through a gate back to our home where I heard the scream. As I turned, I couldn't see the horse, and I couldn't see Louise. Should we leave it there? Or should we keep going? Because, to be honest, that leaves a lot of questions unanswered at that point, doesn't it? Suddenly I saw a familiar creature haul itself off the ground, distressed and without its rider, without Louise. My career as a footballer had been built on pace, but I'd never needed to run as fast as I did that winter's day. I was the closest to the scene of the accident and came sprinting from the house, leaping over the fence to where Louise was lying. Her mum and dad, Sue and John, had also heard the scream and were rushing along behind. Louise knew straight away it was serious. As I arrived, I heard her saying, "It's bad. My pelvis is gone. Definitely, it's bad." There we have it. It's bad. It's definitely bad. Just in case anyone was remotely curious just to how bad it was. The official prognosis is definitely bad. Definitely bad. But we'll have to see what happens. Did she have a suitcase with her? We don't know. There's so much that all of this, there's no context, is it? Michael Owen's autobiography is an official no context account. Sure of it. Evening, Zanko, by the way. Welcome in, buddy. What about the horse? We don't know. We don't know. At Real Madrid, part could be the last page. I think there could be. I don't know about Real Madrid. I think maybe Newcastle could be near the end. I tell you what, let's get Neil Young in. We're not going to get the bigot in. We'll get Neil Young in as a scout. We just need a scout at this point, to be honest. I wonder how much he paid the narrator to read the book. I'm getting nothing, Dan. Seriously, I think I think we're doing a great job reading it for free. No animals were harmed in the making of Michael Owen's book. True. But several ears were hurt listening to it. 2004 winter was real. Was it real? Oh, okay. I've not read it all. Don't spoil it yet for me, Watto. I could do a job on Audible. Do you reckon I should? Do you reckon I should just sort of like read it all out and be like, right, there you go, Michael. Like, what do you reckon? You know? Was Louise the horse's name? Don't know. I'm presuming Louise was his wife, partner, possibly. I don't know. Child, maybe. Don't know. Could be the horse. Could be a work hand. Who knows? Stick it on YouTube alongside the stand-up show. Tony Jameson ruined Michael Owen's life. Could be a thing, couldn't it? I mean, how sad would it be, though? How depressing would it be to be hit with a copyright strike for reading Michael Owen's autobiography? Imagine that. Imagine that being the thing that gets taken off YouTube. God, I'm really sorry, but you've actually contravened copyright law. Yeah, okay, fair enough. All can be found out by reading another page. What page? Who knows? It's literally like one of those choose your own adventures, Mickey. But we do it in a random order. Do you know what I mean? Why am I thinking of Louise the singer getting injured? Wasn't that another one of the ones? Wasn't that Redknapp, possibly? Oh God, is that me almost doing an up-to-date reference? Oh dear. Right, here we go then. This is the team. This is the team. Let's see how we get on, okay? Inverness Caledonian Thistle, third in the league. This is Llama's setup. Okay? Not just Llama's fault though. All of you said play Spencer as a wing back as a winger on attack as well. So we're up against the old 4-2-3-1 plug-in tactic that the AI are playing. Fingers crossed this works. Fingers crossed this works. Come on, East Fife, says Kev. Absolutely. Look, 3 points gets us up to 4th. So all is not lost. All is not lost. Many games this season have been lost, but all is not lost. Some is lost. Let's see. I believe in us. That's the thing. Even if it doesn't work, we've enjoyed the time and the tactics. 100%. 100%. And between us, we've all learned something. Did I go positive or aggressive in the team talk? I went with the whole we owe Inverness after the last time. So hopefully they'll remember that. We're going up, says up the Fife. Good ball in. Spencer with the header. He was getting forward there. Give him that. Keep our eyes on other results as well. What do you mean you read it in a random order? I thought you were reading it as normal. Maybe we are, Red Rose. Maybe my normal is the normal. You know? Oh! With Blakey with the goal. Blakey's managed to get it. Who on earth thought he's going to score from there? We never worked on throw-ins. We never worked on it. McBride puts it back. Dodgy keeping, but hey, Blakey's got it. First goal for the Fifers. That's 1-0 for Llama. Llama takes all the credit here. The new updated TJ arms are in, by the way. So if you follow, you notice that's a little bit cleaner now. The layoff was great. Balls at the top. Here's the Scottish striker. Right, Llama in. Macbeth, the Scottish striker with the goal. What a finish. Updated the guns. Got to, Mickey. You know? You got to show people what it's all about. You got to make it worth following to get the guns, right? Right, Llama, this is like a different team. What a ball that is. Oh, where was that? What a pass, what a run. Llama, you've revolutionised the team. I know it's only half an hour, but still. This is night and day stuff, right? Right, now Macbeth's injured. That's okay, don't worry. We can work with that. Fine. I have more advice for the second half if you want, as Inverness will change you up on 60 minutes. Yeah, 100%. That seems to be the key time, doesn't it? So, for example, Llama, where would people find instructional videos possibly on this sort of stuff? For example, match plans. Has someone you know maybe done a video like this where you could sort of learn from that sort of stuff? Maybe. Let me just see if I can have a little nose on. There must be somewhere on the internet that does something like that. I'm sure there's somebody somewhere. Oh yes, it's the manager's seat. That's right. Yeah, let's copy and paste that link as well, and you can have that in there. It was JD that did the match plan one, actually. That was I was alluding to. RDF's channel. Could be. Lama is Lama assistant manager or director of football? We technically don't have an assistant manager, so Lama would make sense as the ass man. An ass is a donkey. A donkey's technically a llama. There you go. See, there's the link. Stewart with the cross in. McBride doesn't challenge for it. Right, I presume we have to look to try and retain the ball a bit more now. Great ball through McDonald. But William. If they come back into it, they're playing 2 DMs. May need to move a striker to AM. Oh yeah, well, yeah. You know what? That's interesting then, because just wait. Right, look. Like that, you mean? Like that? Is that what we're talking? See? Already got it. Already got the option. Set up. Ready to go. Discard changes right now because we don't need to do it just yet. So yes, if they change that. Blakey nods it down. There's McWilliam, turns like a tractor. Takes him forever to spin round. It's not so much pirouetting, more like a 3-point turn. Oh. Unbelievable. What's gone on here? What has gone on here? This is making us think that East Fife isn't a bad option now. Lama, you've turned around. Don't expect this next week though, in the next match. Right? Cowan and Beath have got to be looking. You sure that form was poor before I came in? I'm not saying that you've changed it, Kev, but you've changed it, not Lama. Your presence has been what's made this elevate. There's been a little bit of change of roles, a bit of change of positions, and then Lama's went, oh, have you also considered doing all this stuff as well? And I went, that makes sense. And it's played out perfectly. It's played out perfectly today. There's a beautiful irony that we've gone back to a 4-4-2 low block, which is what I was convinced should have been playing from day one. They're already trembling in fear at Parkhead and Ibrox. We're coming for you, Old Firm. We're coming for you. Half-back DM. We're still doing okay so far. Maybe 80 minutes we might be able to drop another striker back and just close the game out, I think. At this point. They're not going to come back from 3. Who should I play as, asks Palace. What sort of save are you fancying, Palace? Are you fancying something long term? Are you fancying something short term? What, a nation you've never managed in before? Perhaps to just hoofs it out into the stand. Long term. How's about something like Finland's quite fun. Holland's fun. Ooh, can you see how compact your defence is? Possibly. What? Here? Sheffield Wednesday. I wouldn't recommend Sheffield Wednesday to anybody. I'm currently enduring that myself right now. Right. So that is where we are at this point. So we're not massively compact. I think they're probably a bit more in the lack of blocks, but you weren't close enough to their opponents to block your way spread out. Right, okay, so you were bemoaning the lack of blocks, but before they weren't close enough to their opponents to block. Right, got you. So the position's actually now better. That makes sense. Try knocking off the big Dutch 3. Yeah, like the little Dutch lower leagues are great. Like Norway's really fun. Like all of Scandinavia's fun. Get into the lower leagues of Scandinavia and try and like sort of win those divisions. because it's pretty difficult to try and dislodge the teams who are doing really well, like your Buda Glimt in Norway, your Rosenborgs, your Midtjyllands in Denmark. Obviously, you've got like AIK, Malmo, like these big teams in Sweden. So Gothenburg, it's pretty good. Oh, terrible goalkeeping. What's the keeper done there? He seemed pretty tight defensively, invited me onto the making real life very difficult, very 90s Sunderland. We've done it. Look at that. That's dreadful goalkeeping. What's been your favourite leagues to manage in CM and then FM? I loved Indonesia. That was great. Really, I do love Scandinavia as well. I need DM to see it out. Yeah. Someone who's just got a little bit of, puts their foot on the ball, doesn't want to take any chances. What a goal that is. Get that one clipped, by the way, because that's a right fucking... It's the assist. The assist on the volley from Blakey, and then Webster with the header off the post. 4-1. Get that one. Get that one snipped. Yikes. Llama ball is in the house. Llama, you got to take the credit for that, man. You've got to take the credit. Outstanding. 4-1 is good for seeing out the last 5 minutes. Yeah, dropping a man in. Absolutely. All hail Lord Llama. Look at that. He's come in, he's fixed it. Striker's out for 6 weeks now, so now we've got an issue. Got another issue, I should say, sorry. I'm going to work on my own save. Hey, don't worry, Llama. It might still not work in the next match, but that was incredible. You've used a staggering 27 players so far this season. Kevin Llama better than Tony Tactics. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, I'm happy to pass it over to anybody. I don't know a lot. I get lucky sometimes, but I think that was an absolute masterclass from Mr. Llama there. Bailey Kadamara is back in on the bench. Do I go with him? I'm tempted to start him, So next up's Cowdenbeath in 9th. This is going to be different, right? This is going to be different because they're going to sit a bit deeper. And I wonder if the low block is going to be the right way to go with that. Let's see if there's any strikers available for free. He went to Tamworth at the end, did he? He's still only got finishing at 6. I'm not sold on him. He could be the midfielder we want, but I don't think he's the striker we want. Matthew Wright, 5'7", he's 30. Good finishing. Let's trial him. Didn't get too many goals last season. Lewis Gibson. Again, just some players just getting a very quick eyeball test. Cameron Cooper. Wanted by Montrose. First touch finishing, determination, composure look okay. Might be alright. Maybe. Taylor Sutherland. Reasonable, I guess. Mansouri. Again, these are all people that we're going to have to get in to have a proper look at. I mean, we've got the money to take a risk and get something wrong, but I'd rather I'd rather get it right, rather than having to go and try and get more players in January. It just means now can't quite struggle on. There's a defensive midfielder available as well. I mean, Griffiths just keeps popping up, doesn't he? Roger Cummins as well. I think he wanted too much money, if I remember correctly. What was his concern? No worries, Llama. Pleasure having you in as always. Absolute privilege, and thank you very much for fixing that. That's much, much, much appreciated. And yes, we will, of course, be seeing Llama tomorrow on the playoffs. No. Be watching it. Watching it. Would have been nice. Neil Hastings. Airdrie. Good first touch. Good passing. No acceleration. High aggression. We'll have to see. See what these guys look like. Excuse me. Matthew Wright already looks a duffer. Look at that. Cummins, maybe. Should we ask H2 to shave his head and channel his even a llama? Who's to say they're not the same person, Kev? Who is to say? Have we seen them in the same room? Don't know. If you bottle the next game, we have to call him back in. I mean, he's not gone. He's not gone at all. Let's be honest, right? He says he's going, but I've got him on Discord call right now. So, poor Mrs. Llama's going to be getting a phone call. Like, sorry, can you put Mr. Llama on the phone, please? Because I've got another issue. That's how we are. Evening Armstrong, welcome in. Welcome in. Appreciate the raid, pal. Hope life's treating you well. And Car's in as well. Welcome in, Car. Look at this. More playoffs people. More playoffs people coming in. Hope we're well, boys. Welcome in, Raiders, of course. Welcome to British Steel. This is the save that is slowly turning me mad. We're currently in Scotland. The plan is to win everything in England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. We have won 8 trophies in 11 years. That's where we are so far. This is where the current progress looks. Look at that. Actually, I need to do one update on that as well, because we've already been knocked out of the SPFL trophy also. So this is where we currently are. We're in Scottish League One with East Fife. So we're trying our best. But we've had a little bit of an issue with a bad patch of form, to be honest. So we think we just about fixed it. Well, we certainly fixed it in the last match, because Llama made me win 4-1. So that seems to be fixed as far as I'm concerned. We'll have a look and see if that works the next match, but who knows. There's a bit we need to tweak. We're lacking a bit of quality, is what I'm saying, to be honest. Henry's in as well, by the way, as well. What teams we've been at, says James. So we have been at Banbridge in Northern Irish 3rd Division. We've been at Portadown, Dungannon, Linfield and Oxford. So promotions count as well, Bernie. So the plan is any league counts as a win, any promotion counts as a win. Okay, because obviously it would be unfair if you get, say, there's a couple of divisions that have got like 1st and 2nd go up. You can't finish 2nd, get promoted and still be like, oh yeah, you've won nothing, right? That counts. Playoffs, of course, count as well because it's a playoff trophy. Cups count. So there's some things that you can only win in certain regions, like in Northern Ireland, particularly in the 3rd Division. There's like cups you can only win if you're part of the certain regions. That's quite tricky. So you've got to be really selective over who you start to manage. And yeah, we got 2 promotions, with Oxford, and it was like, oh, that's fine, that's happy, but we figured, we probably took them as far as we could back up to League One, and then we're like, right, should we go for a bit? And we figured we'd come across here to Scotland. So we're currently managing East Fife in League One, and It's going all right. It's a mixed bag in terms of results. Like, there's a lot of red on that. Like, and bear in mind, the last 3 years with Oxford, we hadn't finished below second. So getting used to seeing a lot of red now is quite worrying. Like, but we're okay. In the grand scheme of things, we're fine. Haven't won the Papa Johns in this one, unfortunately, Richard. We normally win the Papa Johns quite a lot, but we'll go back and win it again, because it is a favourite of mine, to be honest. Carl, no worries. Appreciate the raid, man. Very, very kind. We'll see you tomorrow on the playoffs. It looks like the screen's got chicken pox. I've dealt with 3 weeks worth of chicken pox, Martin, in the house, so it's quite likely that the computer has caught it as well, to be honest. The little ones have had it. James Elgin Cow, appreciate the follow in there. There's the Discord link, by the way, as well. Chat if you haven't already. Join the Discord if you want to. Come and hang out in there. It's a very, very nice place to be. Plus, there's also the Football Manager Show podcast that myself and RDF Tactics do every single Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. There's a new episode dropped. Get it in your ears. Go and get it downloaded. Yeah, show us some love. If you like it, great. If you don't, not a problem at all. If you don't like that, maybe you might like the Football Manager Therapy. That's another podcast I used to be part of. Not in anymore now. So, still worth a listen, though. Still worth a listen. Catch you later, Crystal Palace. Hope you're well. Let me know who you decide to pick, by the way, in your new Football Manager save. Don't pick Sheffield Wednesday. Don't pick Sheffield Wednesday. It's just grim. The challenge is just so difficult. I'm really, really despising it at the minute. Hello, Forfar, how are you? Well, welcome in. The challenge in the Football Manager Show is to get to the Premier League with Sheffield Wednesday, only signing Yorkshire players. What was I thinking? What delights have we got in store for this week's Football Manager Show? We've got a staffing masterclass this week, Kev, and I genuinely think it's probably one of the best masterclasses we've had. No, I'm not saying, like, we've had 19 episodes now. I think the staffing one is the best one we've had so far, because it's just like, it's made me realise how little I do in staffing compared to how much is available, and I thought I did a reasonable amount. Like, I do nothing. So yeah, it's very, very interesting. Very interesting. Very good. Thank you for following it. Very good indeed. Hope you're well. Also, Rebellious is in. You could pretend there's a Yorkshire in Spain or Brazil. You could do the RDF way and going, you know what? None of it really matters to us. I'm not playing these 580. I'm not doing it. Why does this always keep coming up? Staff, responsibilities, match. We're not doing it right. Why am I? You should be doing it here. Where is it? Where's the staff responsibility? Sorry, I've just lost my train of thought there, to be honest. I'm not having any of this. I'm not doing the bloody... I'm not taking part in under-18s management, thank you very much. Probably don't have a head of under-18s. I don't, but I gave it to somebody else in the last match, so I'm not doing it again. Overview, board, staff. There must be a way of me doing this here. Hiring and firing. That's all. Director of football, fine. Decides which coaches. Where is it? Handles team selection. Delegate. Will that be it? Will that maybe make it so I don't have to do it? Continue. That might be enough. There we go. Yeah, right. Graham Murty takes over that. That's fine. Your staff will change next week. RDF and producer Steve must be worried. Yeah, you better believe they're worried. You better believe. You know, but it's the thing. Just give them something to work with, you know. James heading off now. Good luck for the rest of the season. He's Fife back in the stream soon. Appreciate that, James. Very kind. Thank you very much. North East Patriots is in as well. Excellent. On your save, does the Scottish Challenge Cup count for Wales, Northern Ireland clubs? Counts for anybody. As long as you win it, it can count for anybody. So the plan is just to win it. So if you win it with a Welsh club, awesome. If you win it with the Northern Irish club, awesome. If you win it with a Scottish club, awesome. That's the thing, you get 3 bites of the cherry with that one. So it's not like trying to win the Johnstone's Paints, for example, where you can only win it with a club in League 1 or League 2 in England. If you can win it from anywhere, then that'll be great, you know. Clarkie's going to have to shoot off. No worries, Clarkie. Appreciate you being in. Thank you very much for stopping by. Take it easy. We'll hopefully see you soon. And we're up against Cowden Beath now. Here we go. Let's see where this one takes us, shall we? Fingers crossed. Can win the Pizza Cup, control the under-21s from a Premier League. We could. That feels like cheating, but we could. To be fair, we should have actually done that with the one of the cups in Northern Ireland. If I'd worked out we could have done that with Linfield and under-21s, we would have won one of the cups. So, should have thought about that. Look at this run of form from Cowden Beath. This doesn't look great, does it? Look at that from East Fife, on fire. 2 wins in the last 5 games. Incredible. Cheating or creative thinking. That's the thing. I feel first team only should count in the cups. Watto speaks a lot of sense. This is the thing, Watto. We have an emote around here, right, for subscribers, okay? And you've hit the nail on your head. There's the easy way, there's the hard way, and there's the TJ way. The TJ way is the hard way, but done more difficult again. So this challenge itself is tricky. You're right, you could potentially win a cup with an under-21 squad, but surely it's more challenging to win it with a proper team. Do it properly. Feel like you've earned it. That's where we're at. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh God, Harrison's dropped the ball. Worrying. They're all sat really compact here, aren't they? Can't even go wide, because actually we might be able to go wide because they're very, very compact. Maybe use the wings here because there's too many bodies in the middle. Blakey looks for the wing there. Spencer's away. Crossed in. Intercepted. Oh, hang on. Old Bailey Kadamari's got himself a goal. What about that? I thought the TJ way was the hard way, but you forgot to do the fundamentals, important bits. Look at that. Bailey Kadamari goes flying in. There we go. Capitalising on a bit of a deflection as well there. Well played, Bailey. You know what? We've signed him on a bit of a meme, to be honest, because he was great at Linfield for us. And brought him to Oxford. He was fantastic in the first season. He's sort of like losing a bit in the second season. In the third season, we'd cut him, to be honest. We brought him straight back to East Fife. We're like, got to get him back in. And he didn't look very good in the first couple of games. So it was like, right, not freezing him out, but thinking like he's not going to make it. He's a bit slow on the acceleration and stuff. So I was like, oh, it ain't going to really work. But that was excellent. Curious if on the podcast you guys could track down some of the FM Wonder Kids on yesteryear who never really did anything in real life football. Ask them what it's like to be loved by millions. I mean, that's a podcast in itself, to be honest. And it was something that it's something that we did in the stand-up show. Was the list of FM players who like didn't really work out to be much cop in real life. Like the Moon, maybe I was sub because I'm jealous of your hair. Appreciate that, Like the Moon. 3 months in as well. Thank you very much. That's a lot of jealousy in there. Banjo Salty as well. Appreciate the follow. It's something that we looked at, and it's something that, to be honest, I can give you this as well. This is a bit of thing that we spoke about a few years ago, actually. I had a conversation with SI about what was coming next in the FM show world, because I sort of did like 2 versions of the show, really. And there was a discussion about doing a book about trying to meet the FM Wonder Kids of yesteryear, and doing that essentially, going back and talking to them and like, asking them about their careers and stuff. And I was like, but do you want me to go and like meet Freddie Adu and ask him why he was shit? And they were like, yeah, that's not really a great look, is it? So there was a possibility of us doing that. And then I did have a second idea, where I was like, how about I go and meet all the regens and the new gens of my Blythe Spartan save. Bailey Cadamarteri has done it again. What the hell? Disallowed, apparently. Oh, it's tight. It's very tight. That's what she said. That's what she said. I can't even let that one go. That's got to be done. Yeah, but I had this meeting with SI, and I said, look, I tell you what, how's about if we don't do the FM Legends book, how about I try and meet all my old Blythe Spartans players who won the Champions League for me? And they were like, they aren't real players. And now we can see the goal. Brilliant. Fuck. Paulie P, appreciate the follow. Very kind. Gotta fix this a little bit. These players are too high. They're too high up the pitch. What are we playing at? Blakey, Spencer, Blakey, McDonald. As I think about it, loses the ball actually. And he's just allowed to run. He's allowed to run all the pitch. Oh, it's hit the corner flag. Unbelievable. Right, who have we got? Who can we bring on? Who can we make a change with? So, McDonald's on a 6-5. Cummins, Bowen in midfield. Have we got another playmaker in midfield? I don't really think we have we? That's the trouble. We're lacking quality at this level. So, Harrison's 6-7. I'd argue he's not really playing great. Webster in. Maybe we move. McMillan can go there. It's McBride that's not really playing very well. Let's bring him off for Mackay. Actually, do that. He can go there. Years ago, a friend of mine complained because the night reflected the moon, which blinded him. Oh, I can hear a child. Always admired Carlos Fierro. Carlos Fierro. There's a name from way back, isn't it? Great save. Right, bear with me 2 seconds. I think he was crying in his sleep. Oh, he's awake again. Shot over the top there. Right. See, now they're coming into it. We now need to be able to push on a little bit, I think. So, let's push that line up a smidge. Can the chair read Michael Owen? Well, you would hope, right? I think the Fierro wasn't a one-year wonder kid. He was really good for a few years, which makes me think SI had a genuine reason for thinking he was good. Maybe. Templeman launches it over the top. He was come for it. Pings it back out. There's Spence. Blakey. Spence hasn't really pilled that one out, has he? Do we have to push Spence a bit higher? Maybe we do. Maybe it's almost into like a 4-2-4, isn't it? Blakey over the top. Spencer pulls it back. Pirouettes. Cadamarteri. What a goal. What a goal that is. Look at the balls. Look at this from Spencer. Spins. Beautiful. I think the eldest needs the toilet. He's woke himself up. Let's just check now. Is that going to be? Yeah, that's right, isn't it? So we're going to fall back on support. To be fair, that's what happened to me most nights. Yeah. Are we going to do this? Are we going to potentially see this one out? Just throw it straight at the goalkeeper. 3 points. 3 points in the bag. I'll do. I was waking myself up needing the toilet. Mate, it gets to us all, Kev. Like, you know, one day when we reach middle age, it'll happen all the time. I can't believe Bailey Kadamari scored 2 goals. The most important 2 goals he's probably ever going to score as well, I would say. Oh, very, very distant future. Sorry, apologies if I still sound a bit bunged up, by the way, as well. Don't know what it is. Absolutely, Dan. Get on the hydrates. More water. Right, Troy Edney wants more games. I can understand that, but I'm not sure he's good enough. I think we've signed somebody who's not really up to standard. We panicked a bit, I think, during pre-season. Stuck a load of players in. Now looking at them and thinking, okay, maybe we get rid of some of them in January. Look out for who we can bring in that's a bit better. You know, I'm sure we can find many people who are better. You're going to be a wreck after the playoffs drafts and crafts for matches. Hope Monday's free. Oh, I know, mate. It's going to be horrific, isn't it? The thing is, Monday is meant to be streaming night. We didn't have Monday this week because obviously we were doing everything else with the awards due. So we missed streaming on Monday. I was ill Monday night. I was completely wrecked. I was like, I can't do it. So I thought, right, let's see what we can do. On Tuesday, nothing. Asleep Tuesday as well. And then, yeah, it's going to be a busy one this week. Very, very busy one. Archibald was a club legend. If I wanted to be a manager, don't know how he just disappeared. Leading League One player. I don't want leading League One player. I want current League One player. Very nice to wear Newcastle colours for the awards do. I know. They were like, the thing is though, they went, oh, it's black tie. I was like, oh great, I haven't got a tux, so I had to go out and buy a black tie, tuxedo and all that sort of stuff. And I was like, this is just ridiculous. Springtide, no, we're not. We beat them 3-1. I'm going to put a little counter thing on the alerts. Yeah, we've done it. The whole black tie thing was a bit like, I had to go and try and get a tuxedo sorted out, and we went with the little uns to try and get the first bit done, and of course, like, they've not got all of it in size, and I'm like trying to sort of fit into it and that, and I was like, right, and Mrs. J is like, do you have to have a tuxedo? I was like, that's what a black tie is. A black tie is tuxedo, right? It's not just like, wear a suit. Otherwise it said wear a suit. And even then, since the last time I wore a suit, my suit has shrunk in the wash, possibly. That's what I'm going to say has happened there. And so, and we've got a wedding to go to at the end of the month, so I'm still going to have to go get another suit as well. So we're in a bit of a tricky situation at this point. Just like, right, go and get all sorted out on that, and yeah, here I am, and I'm now a 43-year-old man who owns a tuxedo. That's not what I thought life would be like. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's good. Don't get me wrong. Like, you know, we look fine in that. We look good, but yeah, just a weird one. All the trifles. It probably is the trifles, Dan. It's 100% the trifles. You know, gotta be it. The new James Bond. Yeah. If James Bond was a bit rubbish, you deserve the boring question. I was turned down Bristol City. Yeah, probably. We had that. That was the thing. But you know what? We move on though. Springtime. We move on, right? I mean, if it's any consolation for you, and I know it's scant consolation, right? It's scant consolation. Oxford have re-sacked their manager, right? Mrs. J dropping a bloody compliment in there. Well done, Mrs. J. Appreciate that. Bristol City are currently 19th. So they've not really moved up, to be honest, since we left the option to take over. Sasa Ilic is still there. He's still plodding on. He's still doing well. But look at that. A new chairman took over and then withdrew funding. So, don't know if it was such a good. If you know, is that a good idea? Have we dodged a bullet slightly? Possibly. I mean, you know, we were talking about your owner being the guy that's been there for a long time. If we've lost out there, then I think we've maybe dodged a bullet, possibly. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to be hopeful at this point and being like, is that the right thing? Probably could have dodged one. We never know. It might have worked brilliantly. It might have worked against us. We just don't know. We've certainly tried to see what's happened, so we will never know. £110. £110 might work quite well. If George Lazenby could 007 without ever saying a word on camera, you have a great chance. Good point. That's a very good point. Draft prep done. Can't wait for it to go out the window at 7:05. Why are you doing draft prep, Salty? Just turn up in vibes, right? Vibes is your thing. That's what I expect from you. None of this, I've come prepared. I've got a shortlist. I've got an assistant manager. Don't do it. Don't do that. You're better than that, Salty. You're better. The thing is, James Bond isn't even a good spy anyway. Yeah, exactly. And the problem with James Bond is he's a bit sexist as well. So that's not really a role model I want to be, you know, aspiring to be. So, but yes, you know, so the long story short is I had a tuxedo on, right? And then there's a picture of me with the yellow black. Yeah, it's tartan tied. I don't even think you've seen it. Have you not seen it yet? Oh, we'll show you the kits, by the way. They're stunning. Right? I know you weren't 100% keen on us not going to Bristol, right? But look at the kits. I know Bristol have got Hummel kits, but these kits are they're bangers as well. Right, so I'm just gonna piss everybody off. Fine. What was it? Yeah. So there's a picture of me with Shearer, right, at this do, and the reason I'm pulling a bit of a face. Mrs. J was like, "What have you pulled a fucking stupid face for?" And I was like, "Well, right. First of all, it's Shearer, so I'm allowed to pull a silly face, right? Second of all, it came about because we were walking down the corridor, so we'd left this sort of like the little sort of like the holding area where you have your reception drinks and stuff first of all, right? And then we walked in to go to the meal, and Shearer was pausing for photographs and stuff and doing like loads of like chatting and stuff with people. I just walked past because he was clearly very busy, right? But then we get down this corridor and I can hear him behind me, and someone else like, "Oh, Alan, can you do like a little thing for me mate and that, do a voice note or whatever, or a video call or something?" So he does that, and then he sort of like, he gets a bit closer to me, and I was just like, "Well, you know what, let's just do it now." So I pulled my phone. I'm like, "Oh, do you mind?" Quickly we did a little snap as we're walking along. So that's why I pulled a face. Plus, I pull faces, right? I don't like having my photograph taken, and I'm not. It's just one of those ones where I just one take and do it. That'll be fine. And then we get to our tables, and we're sat with a table behind all the Sunderland top brass. So that was class. Like Sunderland chairman's there, Mowbray's there, head of like recruitment's there. So I get a picture with the gaffer, obviously, me and Mowbray. Mowbray's enjoying his dessert. I'm enjoying the dessert. 3 desserts, trio of desserts, because they know how to feed all of us. So that was mint. So I had a bit of a chat with the gaffer. Mrs. J, 22 months. Look at that. Oh, a bit bright with the head of there. 22 months. 22 months. So yeah, I had a bit of chat with the gaffer, and then had a bit of chat with Jill Scott, and she's lovely. She's lovely. And she had a proper queue of people trying to take photographs of her. So that, which was great to see. It was fantastic, you know what I mean? So yeah, it was cracking night. And I think I said at the start of the stream, my arse dropped a bit when I did go to the Sports Writers Awards. Yeah, it was great. Sportsman, really, really lovely. And my arse dropped a bit because the presenter went straight on, and he was like, "Oh, just to let you know, the comedians dropped out." And I was like, "Oh, isn't that hilarious?" And then everyone who was like our table was just like, "Ooh, ooh," and I'm like, "No, not ooh, no, no, shut the fuck up, the lot of yous, right? This ain't happening." And thankfully, I managed to shut the fuck up, the lot of them. Didn't happen. No, not happening at all. I wasn't any good at those things when I was a comedian proper. Now I'm like properly just like out of sorts and out of form. There's no way I'm getting up and doing that sort of stuff. So, yeah, because I know what I'm like, and I know that I wouldn't be able to keep my mouth shut. So I get myself in trouble. So, ditch the Hummel kits in real life 2 weeks ago. Supply, Springtide. It sounds like we've dodged a bullet with Bristol City. Like, I loved it in its first inclination, and it was sounding perfect for us. I think by us turning Bristol City down, bad things have happened. I feel like a little bit too responsible at this point now. So I'm terribly sorry, mate. I hoped it wasn't my problem, but I feel as though it is my fault. However, we are currently in a position where we might be about to hit Dunfermline on a break. Spencer. What about that? O'Neill's? O'Neill's isn't even a thing. O'Neill's isn't a real shop, is it? A real brand? Spencer for McBride. Slides the ball in, side foots in, past the keeper. It's 1-0. And at this point, I think we're going into the next round of the Scottish Cup. Potentially. There's still moments to play. Spencer's on his way again. Inside from McBride. Webster. Oh, he's turned him. Oh. They make Wickham kits in Gaelic football. Ooh. Oh dear. That's... I think you've been done a dirty there, haven't you? Stuart launches it. No one's looking forward for it. 5 minutes to go. Do we sit back? No, we don't. Draws off with the finish. Oh dear. If we'd have sat back, would that have made any difference? I don't know. He's come from deep, hasn't he? It's a hell of a finish, mind. Get them back at our place. Get the money in. Load up and discount Hummel stuff in the club shop. Oh, now there's not a bad shout, actually. That's not a bad shout at all. See if there's anything going on. Bag a couple of tracksuit tops or something. A couple of sweatshirts. Smart man, Springtide. Gibbshaw's off to bed. Yeah, no worries, Gibbshaw. Up the Fifers indeed. Hope you're well though, buddy. Nice to have you back. Do go and give a follow if you can do. Oh no! Oh. So close, so close. Bugger. That's a smash and grab, innit? It's not over yet, though. He's playing it on, is he? He's just played it on. Right, we're out of the cup then. That's fine. We just need to... Nah, it's fine. That's a cup game. It's a cup game. We'll take the cup out of the chart, right? I know it's a thing where we have to, focus on winning trophies, but if we can do the league, then that'll be better, right? So we can't do the Scottish Cup, we can't do the SPFL trophy, so we now only have the league to focus on. Great. So out of the 4 cups that we've got in for, we can now only go for 1. It's all right. Don't worry, everyone. It's going to be fine. Yeah, it's going to be all right. Just got to keep believing that it's going to be fine. Okay. Don't worry. We lost in the last few minutes as well, which is so essentially we can call bullshit on it. Yeah. Exactly. Get the believes out, Patriots. I mean, 2 great goals. I know no one likes to concede goals, but they were good goals. They had to score good goals to beat us. That's how we got to look at it. We made it difficult for them. Maybe we should have dropped a little bit. Maybe. But I guess we'll never really know in the grand scheme of things. Hamilton Accies next. They're the league leaders. This is where it's going to come down to. These are the sorts of matches that we need to be winning. Right? How have we got to look at it? Nigel's kind of hit the nail on the head there. It'd be nice to win it, but it's unrealistic to win. Also, yes, Leclosian, no more distractions. Just focus on the league now. No more injuries. No more players being unfit. Just literally league games now. League games. We haven't got the squad to compete on 3-4 different tangents. Just not a thing. Try and go for it. Try and get just that one. Get it done. Jordan Edwards. $2,500. We ain't getting anywhere near Jordan Edwards. Let's be honest. I know he's from Dundee, but still, we ain't getting there. David Campbell looks alright. Transfer listed $35,000. I mean, he's the sort of player. I know he's free. Is he the sort of player who, could we maybe get him in? Would he change things up enough? He looks good enough to make a difference in the midfield, right? There's got to be an easy way of doing this, isn't it? Oh yeah, $25,000. Who else looks half decent? He's our main guy, Campbell. Barry Graham, left back. £300. Could be an option. Trust you've sorted your staff out now, Tony. Yes, Buster. Absolutely. My word, what a chat we had today, wasn't it? What a lovely conversation. Buster, by the way, if you're not already aware, was our guest on the Football Manager show today. Like, we learned so much. I learned so much. Right? I say this all the time. I'm not an expert on this game, right? I've played this game for years and years and years and years and years. I've played since day dot. Still don't know everything about this game, right? And we had a chat. We had a chat and a half. If you've not downloaded it already, or if you've not subscribed to the Football Manager show, get on it. Get on it now. Make yourselves aware of it, right? Buster knocked it out of the park. Absolutely knocked it out of the park. I've got a bit of an issue, right, Buster? Here's where I am, okay? East Fife, as I said to you before, I'm currently part-time in League One in Scotland. Here's my coaches, okay? I've got a goalkeeping coach and I've got a general coach. Now, my goalkeeping coach ain't great, right? So I'm going to have to get rid of him. But I've just got a new head of youth development in. Look at this guy. For League One in Scotland, I'll take him. He's like fucking... It's like having Jose Mourinho at this point. Like, incredible. Appreciate the follow as well, Buster, by the way. Awesome to have you on board. So, he's here, right? He's going to make a huge difference. Now, I know as we spoke, the formations could be an issue, right? That's not our preferred tactical formation, but we can work on that. That's fine, right? At the minute, we're just doing a pretty much old school 4-4-2 low block at this point, but we'll work with it, right? He looks good for League One football, 100%. Minimal knowledge of Scotland, true, but he was a manager of Hartlepool. So he's a manager, and a manager filed, and he's now dropped down to be a head of youth development. So, who came from Hartlepool? DJ Pedro came from Hartlepool. No, he came from Salford. Toby Crawford came from Hartlepool. So, we have some link with Hartlepool, right? Michael Henderson is a bit shit. Let's be honest, right? I need to sack him and get a new coach in, okay? But we haven't got a new coach just yet. And I don't want to sack him just yet. But then I probably should just sack him and then get the new coach in. Because again, Jamie Sheehan ain't really doing a great deal for us at this point either. He's out of contract at the end of the season, so could we potentially... Do I mutually terminate or do I just terminate? How much is it going to cost? Have I just done it? I think I've just done it, haven't I? I think he's done. Goalkeeping coach at 160 quid to teach your goalkeepers how to drop the ball. Yeah. That's the problem. He's just not good enough. He's just not good enough, you know. Salty's off. No worries, Salty. Pleasure having you in as always. And good luck for tomorrow, by the way. I'm not saying I should have favourites, right? But got my eye on you. Right. Lingo Chungo, FM player unhappiness, always ask for contracts, player time, transfer as a chore. They should always allow the manager to ask them should they want to request to be transfer listed. I think is that not part of the conversations? Is it not something very similar on the lines of, well, you know, if you we can stick you on the transfer list if you want, see what happens, or just stick him on the transfer list. You know, that's where the issue is, isn't it? Stick him on the transfer list, let him work it out. Like everything in the game, we suck it and see, and if we suck it and see, we suck at it. Yes, exactly. That's a really good way of looking at it, actually, the closing. Very, very succinct. Suck it and see, and then we see that we suck at it. In a way, that's a new t-shirt slogan. In a way. Right. We think we're getting rid of Henderson, so we might be able to get a new coach in now, so that'll be good. Here we go. Everyone's contracts are up at the end of the season anyway, so we can get some new coaches in there as well. Usually a variation. If you don't want to be here, I'll transfer list you. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Oh, you've joined us as well at a big game, Buster. We're playing top of the table. Hamilton Accies. And we've had a bit of an up and down start of the season, right? It's not been terrible. It's not been awful. And here's where you'll see as well. This is exactly what I do. So I place my adverts. Right. I can get an assistant manager now if I want. What's better, getting an assistant manager or getting a coach? I'm not sure sucking bass merch will live up there, but hey, you never know. You never know. You know, get the ass man in. Get the ass man. Do that. Take off some of the load, right? Already got that physio advert out there. We've got a scout in, so they're happy now. There's a scout there, so we're good. We can get another one in still. Let's get a second one. All right, we're starting to add it up a little bit. But yeah, slowly getting there. Slowly getting there. Yeah. yeah, I have. Yeah. He's in as the DOF. To be honest, he actually looks pretty decent. There you go. Reading legend, yeah. Got him in there. Reading, York, Charlton. Got to make it happen, right? Catch you soon, Patriots. Pleasure having you in, man. Nice to be seeing as always. So there you go. Assistant manager search is on. Scott O'Neill's rejected the bid from Rob Roy. I mean, Rogue will be happy, but he still ain't coming up. Love him, club icon. Yeah. I think he's great. Obviously, he had that sort of. He had that time at Rangers. We'll call it time. Do we go for Campbell? That work rate's still not doing it for me. 6 for work rate, not good enough. Max Dyche. Would Max Dyche come up the road? Do you reckon? 900 quid a week, that would blow us out the water, I'm guessing. Yeah, 300 quid is what is our top earner. I wonder though. I mean, they want all of his wages paid. Tell you what, let's see if we can at least have that conversation with him. Because Max Dyche might be a good signing at this point. Might be. Let's take him off the shortlist. He's 34. We don't need him now. Just joined Lincoln City Director of Football as Oscar Thorne. Really? Amazing. I love that. That's a name that we would never have seen had it not been for this game. Don't offer a new contract to the goalkeeper or the captain. Interesting. Yes, big man. How are you, Chuck? Welcome in, buddy. Hope life's treating you good. Life always treats you well, yeah? Time for Armour to step in. Let's put him back in there. Right. Let's see what we can do now. Big match coming up. Hamilton Accies. Top of the table. Things are going okay. The fans are happy. The board, maybe. Fans seem fine with stuff. They understand what's going on. They know how we're going to get there. Players are starting to think that things are all right as well. They're going to get fine with it. David Campbell has no interest in cutting talks. Fine. Whatever, David Campbell. Is that Director of Football time? Is it? You go sort that one out. Because we could technically get him on loan. We don't want to pay his wages, but I mean, let's take all that. leave some of those things on there just for a bit of negotiation. Recruitment meeting, here we go. Let's see what they're coming up with. I still think we're lacking a player on the right side and definitely some depth in midfield and a striker. Oh, Burrell's coming in January, isn't he? I forgot about that. We have got a striker coming in. Ooh, okay. That might change some thinking. Potentially. Look weak looking for goalkeepers. Ball winner midfielder, yes. Maybe a DM actually. Actually, that should all show up really, shouldn't it? Yeah, do that. That'll be the thing. Spencer deserves a bit of praise, and does he? Probably, actually. He has done well. Oh, fuck off. Great. Praise his form. I think I can do better. Excellent. Just annoy the guy just before you play your biggest match of the season so far. Great. What a fantastic way of doing business, Tony. Right. Oh, I'll tell you what. Do we give it to Daesh? Do we let Murty take over? Oh, acceleration 2. No. I just can't kinda. That's far too slow. Far too slow. I don't think I'm doing a great job myself, Buster, to be honest. I think all I've got here is I've got a heading machine. And that's it. That acceleration he's gonna get swallowed up, any. Sorry, Max. It ain't happening. It's not happening. I've not got 2 super quick defenders around you to make you the Franco Baresi or the Paul McGrath. You know, you're just going to have to be Max Dyche somewhere else. Chico Ramos, Cape Verde goalkeeping coach. I mean, that is good. The adaptability, the mental side's great, but that's not what I need right now. I don't need another goalkeeping coach, actually. I'd rather have... Who can we get? He doesn't look great. Cammy Ballantyne. Declan Glass. Again, nothing really jumping out. Scott Fulton, physio of 8. James Morton, judging potential of 6. It's just not good enough, is it? It's not good enough. Come on then, big game coming up. Kirkwood's gone to Tamworth. We can't even attract players. I mean, look at that. Can't even attract players. We're going to go to Tamworth. Well, I think acceleration 2, you could win a race against a 4-year-old. Not even that. I mean, my 4-year-old's pretty quick, to be honest. So I actually think that With acceleration of 2, I think he'd lose against my 4-year-old. And it's not like his acceleration is 2, but his pace is 14. So it takes him a long time to get to like his top pace. It's just very, very slow. Hayden Longthorn, what a name. I think he's ever so slightly better than Dion Rashin Pittman. They're about the same, actually. Level of discipline slightly better. I fancy my chance against someone with 2 acceleration. I last ran 6 years ago. Yeah, 100%. You can have 0 acceleration, still beat me as I just trip over. Actually, he's better, isn't he? Maybe it's worth just paying the bit of money. $2,000. He's worth $2,000. Yeah, he's better. He's better. Expecting a draw in this match. I mean, that's hopeful, right? That's massively hopeful. Macbeth's coming back. That's good. That is very good. We're going to stick as things are at this point. Okay, we're hoping that what we've got so far is working. What's happening with Cummins there? Is he worth it? Inconsistent. Marking's not great. Poor heading ability's not brilliant either. That's a bit of a concern, isn't it? He's declined. Inconsistent. Right, fine. It's not a thing. Right, bear with me 2 seconds. I have to go and move a child. 1 second. So yeah, basically eldest child had woke himself up in his sleep. Went downstairs, slept on Mrs. J. Mrs. J's just text going, "Can you move him, please? He's a dead weight." I was like, "Yeah, I'll get him a move." Right, so he's gone to sleep. Right. So here we go. We're about to face Hamilton Academicals. They're just called Hamilton now, aren't they? They're not even called Hamilton Academicals. They're named after a musical now. Right. I still think this is the best we've got. Charlie's the box to box. So we can still put Charlie in at some point as well. How's the challenge going? Johnny, welcome in. It's going all right, mate. It's going all right. It's a tough one. Let's not beat around the bush. It's a tough one here, but we just got to do it, right? Just got to do it. Let's try it. I'm going to keep it as it was. And I'm tempted to put Charlie in because Charlie was playing well, but he was playing well as a Segundo Volante. And do we just try this? Let's go for it. It'll be fine. No worries, Mickey Spoon. Appreciate having you in as always, bud. Take it easy, man. We'll catch you very, very shortly. As I say, we're not going to be on Friday, sadly, because Friday's going to be FM Playoffs, Drafts and Crafts. Tomorrow's FM Playoffs Draft. So, and then Sunday, of course, is the playoffs itself. So I kind of want to leave Saturday as a potential of the streaming night. So we will see. But that might also be a case of just trying to get caught with some bits and pieces. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Bailey Katamari's through. Oh, he's only gone and done it again. Unbelievable. 6 minutes in. Look how much space he's got. We are Jebaru, believe it or not. Lama's done a right fix on it. Absolute fix and a half. Bailey Katamari scores for his third goal in 2 games. He's found his boots, hasn't he? Maybe that's what he needed. He just needed a bit of like, right, come on, Bailey. Like, we're in the last chance saloon right now. And I'm going now before this goes full Scotland. You know exactly how this is going to end, Mickey. Just, there'll be a moment in a couple of streams when we're managing the Azerbaijan national team again. And going, how's the British Steel Challenge going, Tony? Oh, it's great. I'm manager of Azerbaijan. What? Yeah, we're definitely getting there, right? And if it's not, then at least we're having fun doing it. That's the way we need to look at it. It's all for lols. Entertainment value all the way, right? Look, we've now pulled level with Forfar, so we've swapped places essentially. The stream started with us in 4th, they were in 5th, and then now, oh god, there's the joking in it. I think 4th or 8th actually. So joke doesn't work. But yeah, if we can hold this one out, only FM fans will understand the joys of saying I'm the manager of Azerbaijan. Only FM fans in our stream will understand the joys of standing for the national anthem of Azerbaijan, Buster. We actually, where is it? It's in this here. This, Buster, this is what our stream's like. 2 seconds. Different football shirt box. I was trying to find it. Mickey Spoon, who's in the chat with you there. When we managed Azerbaijan, we took the job straight away, and Mickey was like, "Oh, we should buy an Azerbaijan shirt." So I went straight on classic football shirts, and there was one on there, and I was like, "Well, right." It was like 35 quid or whatever. I was like, "Look," and I sort of said tongue in cheek, "Hey, you know what? If we make that out of subs tonight, I'll buy an Azerbaijan shirt, no problem." Mickey drops 35 big ones straight away, and I'm like, right, let's get it done. So we bought the Azerbaijan shirt. It's in a box. I think it might be in a box behind a box at the minute. But yeah, so much fun. So much fun. Yes, I'm Agio. How are you, my man? Welcome into you, buddy. Hope life's treating you good. That was so much fun. That I think that was even more fun because of the fact that I'd sort of like played the whole anti-sacking again. Which ironically, it was Big Man on campus. He was the guy that got the raid the night before when I refused to get sacked, and had to explain it to him, and everyone was really pissed off. So it was great fun. East Fife's going good, thanks, Si. We went on a bit of dodgy form, to be honest, which I'm okay with because it's going to have to be a work in progress, this one, and I've not done well in Scotland before, so we did a bit of a tactics garage. Llama did it for us. And he fixed us up. So we're back on track now. We're back where we're supposed to be, and things are looking a bit better. So can't complain at this point. How's life treating you? Your save anyway. At the minute, you're still at Waterlooville, I believe, is it? Cloud gets to the back post. Ooh, decent header. Good save, mine. To be honest. Despite the Azerbaijan shirt incident, you still made the offer to start a football club. I know, and I have done some looking as well. I've been looking at pictures, to be honest, and I'm considering. I need to. Well, I've signed up for some courses, so I've got some free courses booked in to do some bits of coaching and stuff. So I'll get all that done. But in terms of the actual football club itself, I have done a bit of a spying about for where pictures are. So things will happen. Don't know how quick it'll happen, but things will happen. So we shall see. Sai Records has dropped off a bit post update. Okay, nice. I'll be honest, this is the first time I've played since the update. So I'm unsure as to what's changed and what's not changed in terms of like tactics that I had that worked, because again, like we sort of had one tactic that worked really well for Oxford, but won't necessarily work well for East Fife. So we'll have a look at some different stuff and see where we're at and what's changed, and what's not changed as well. John, can I be the international from the USA that no one wanted? In what sense? Sorry, Johnny. What have I missed? What have I missed at this point? I feel like there's something here that I've completely missed out on. Oh, over the top there. Oh, my club. Oh yeah. So the club is the one that we obviously have to try and start ourselves. So yeah, we can certainly do that. We can bring it to the States if you want. There, that would be good, wouldn't it? Starting as an actual American franchise instead. I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't thought. Here's me, too small time, thinking, oh yeah, I'll just make it in York. Fuck, I can go stateside. That's so much better. Got a mate who lives in Florida. He's pretty hooked up. That'll be good. Who fancies a trip stateside? Anybody? Let's think about it. Let's not take it off the table just yet. Oh my God, I've just seen an overhead kick for the first time. Quick, clip it. Did somebody see that? Has anybody else seen overhead kicks before? Am I just like, how do I replay right now? How do I rewind it? Right. I can't be that surprised, surely. Nobody else in the chat seems to be remotely fussed. They've all seen overhead kicks before, apparently, right? How do I now press? Right. How do I see this again? He definitely overhead kicked it. Back again. I don't really see it. What city does Zealand live in? We don't need. Where we're going, we don't need Zealand. We could start it ourselves. We'll be grand. Right. We obviously can't see it, but he's in New York. He was in Tampa Bay. Was he Tampa? Is that right? I think. But yeah, we can get as many people in there as we want. Zealand did that with the team in the Bronx. Ended up shaving his head. Oh, I hadn't considered losing my hair. That does put a different spin on things. Huge win against top of the table Halton. And it didn't even matter that they had an overhead kick. That is incredible. Look at that. He could be the goalkeeper. Maybe, actually. Was that a goalkeeper man of the match? Oh, you don't see that. You never see that, right? That's a first, surely. Keeper was man of the match. Yeah. Absolutely. Look at that. And he got an assist because he just launched it. Incredible. What scenes. Absolute scenes. %38 possession. We have shithoused our way there, haven't we? Using the officials is lazy. Let's not be around. Look, I may have criticised them earlier in the season, but now they work for our advantage. Right. Thompson sat by Warren Point. It's all changing in Northern Ireland. Look at that. Right. A game against Ayr in 2 weeks. Interesting. That's fine. So, Ayr, Montrose, and then into the transfer window. Clyde, Forfar, Alloa, Kelty Hearts. That's better. That's much, much better now, right? 3 wins out of 4. So this is what we had today. 0-0. 2 undefeat, 2-0 defeat. Llamas fixed us. We're probably better. 2-week break in December. Yeah. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Is it where the old World Cup was? Is that possibly it? Shouldn't be really, should it? Unless there's some cup games going on there that we don't know about. Not entirely sure. We'll have to wait and see. Hello, Big Meaty. How are we, pal? Welcome in. Pleasure to see you back. Hope life's treating you good. How's streaming getting on tonight? How's your save going, by the way? 10-year anniversary of the bad World Cup. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're sort of like went, oh, remember that time that we just refused to consider our morals. Could be that. Yeah, welcome in, Dan, by the way. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope everyone's well. This is, of course, the British Steel Challenge. Plan is we're currently trying to win everything we can in England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. And we're currently at East Fife in the Scottish League One. So, just beaten Hamilton Academicals, who are top of the league, and we're currently fifth, I should say. And as pointed out very keenly by the chat, goalkeeper got the man of the match. So you don't see that very often. So very happy with that. If you're here, we stream Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. And this is former players we used to have at Oxford. This is a bit of we'll show you how we actually are, to be honest. This is what we've done so far, right? This is what we've won, this is what we've not won. So everything in green is what we have won. So in Northern Ireland, for example, we did quite well with Banbridge, with Dungannon we won a cup, with Linfield we won the Premiership. In Oxford, in League 2, in the National League, and the FA Trophy, that's what we've done in England. And then over here in Scotland, this is League 1, so that's in yellow, that's what we can currently win at the minute, that's what we're playing in. And what's in red is what we've already been knocked out of this season. So, 4 cups to go for, already out of 3 of them. All that's left's the league. So, yeah, we might push for it. If we get the playoffs, then go through on the playoffs. That counts. That still counts. So, we have to just try and do our best, I think. If we can sneak in the playoffs, I'll be happy. I'll be very, very happy, to be honest. And I don't see why we can't, really. Even with that little bit of a blip that we had at the start of the season, I've still been thinking, yeah, fine, we might end up sort of going, right, it's all over. This has been great. We've tried Scotland again. It hasn't worked for us again. But I have been of the opinion that we would change it around, and Llama's fixed it. I'm not taking any of the credit for this. Llama's done this bit. Looked at it and went, have you considered doing this, this, and this? And I was like, I hadn't considered it, but now I have. Oh, wait, it works. Perfect. There we are. So, yeah. So, if you're brand new, by the way, welcome in. Feel free to drop a follow if you feel so inclined. That'd be much appreciated. I am tempted to nudge a bit of this wage budget up. Just to see. Is he worth it? Do 600 maybe. How many tips have you got from the pod guests? Well, Buster, who's in the chat now, having a great time, was wonderful on the podcast today. So if you've listened to today's episode, which is all about how to get the most out of your coaches, Buster was the man who brought all that information to us. And yes, I have learned a lot more today than I have learned in a long time, and I realised that there's been a lot of things I may have neglected. And even tonight, Buster's jumped on and just went, "Have you considered this?" And I'm like, "We were talking about that today, weren't we?" So yeah, there's always something to learn with this game. Genuinely, I think there's always something to learn, and I think the more that you play it, there's often times you get a little bit desensitized to it, and you sort of just take stuff and you're like, "Oh yeah, I'll be fine, whatever." Like, you know. And I think we can all be a little bit guilty of that. And I think that watching how the podcast has developed, I think it's certainly made me realise that there's just some stuff that I've either never looked at enough or haven't taken enough care with. And yeah, I think that there's certainly some areas that I can take from this sort of stuff. And yeah, if I can take stuff, then I think everyone else can as well, right? Like, I've been playing this game for a long time, and even I'm sort of going, "That's new." And they're going, "It's not new. It's been there for 5 years." And I'm like, "That's something I've just heard of today." So, you know, I definitely think it's worth a listen. You know, like I said on the pod, says Buster, worked there for 5 years, playing since Champman 2, still learning stuff. You gotta be, Buster. Gotta be. Otherwise, you know, if you're not learning all the time, then what's the point? Do you know what I mean? What's the point? You know, it's one of those things, isn't it? If you're not learning, it's almost arrogant to think that you know everything, and I don't think anyone should really be in that situation. Hello, mad scientist. Legends House tonight, innit? Legends House. How are you, pal? Welcome back to the world. Hope you're good. Hope you feel recovered now, by the way. Hope you've rested. If you don't know who the mad scientist is, how? First of all, the mad scientist is the man who brings you wonderful databases. The currently one is the 98, 99 database, which is just ridiculous. Quite frankly, it's a work of absolute magic, and yeah, it made the mad scientist quite ill. So go and support him. By the way, go and support him. Go and drop him some love on it. Make sure you download it. Make sure you tell him how good it is. And yeah, definitely do show him some support. Last year's 93, 94 database was just was my absolute favourite. But this year we did it for the 2-year anniversary of the stream, and that Sunderland save was amazing. We had one season to win the league in 12 hours, and we won it on the last day of the season. The strike force of Kevin Phillips and Miroslav Klose. So it was incredible. The pair of them scored 90 goals between each other. It was poor Niall Quinn didn't get a look in. I think we signed Miroslav Klose for about 50 grand or something. So it was it was crazy, absolutely crazy. Michael Owen is pretty good. There's some handsome devil has done a TikTok video about Michael Owen and the 98-99 database, Mr. Maggio. This guy. On TikTok now, that's right. Dead young in that. Oh, it's want the full whack. It ain't happening. I don't think it's a thing, is it? Learned a ton from the current show and Ian's version. It's only my third version of the game, says Johnny D, coming from the US. I have a very small knowledge of how to build the squad and the tactics. But you know what? That's what the podcast's for, Johnny. You're literally the target audience of new gamer coming in. You're seeing this and going like, all right, what can I see? How can I learn? You know, what is there to learn? We want to bring that to you. We want to sort of like show you what can be done, what is possible. And if you're learning the sport at the same time and you're learning how football is in the UK, then that's brilliant. You know what I mean? You're learning all that at once. So I think that's really cool. What have you missed in the last 3 weeks? So you've missed us. You missed us fall out with Oxford a little bit. We got promoted to League One, as I'm sure you know. How can I assume control of the B team and choose the tactics? Asked Loco Poco. Well, ironic, that's something that we spoke about today on the podcast. You can go to responsibilities and go to match, and then here is where you change it all. So you can change all of your you can take control of the game, take control there as well, and then of course you can go and do your training as well under your responsibilities, I believe. So yeah, there you go. So that's how you do that. So you can take care of all that. So mine says under 18s, yours would say B team, depending upon obviously what you've got there. It doesn't look like Campbell's actually having any of it, does it? So, right, cancel that then. I think he's worth it, but I don't want to. Is it worth knocking it down and just giving all that money and still having him turn us down? Would he turn us down? He's going to want twice the money of our best player. He's going to come in as a central midfielder. Is he box to box or is it DLP? He's a DLP. He's much better. I think we have to pay it, don't we? We've got to. I like that. Loan can be recalled, but loan cannot be terminated. Surely that's the same, right? Should be able to use monthly fees to cover shortfalls in wages. We can. We've got quite a bit of money, that's the thing. We had $250,000. They'd terminate, you recall. Yeah, we've got quite a bit of money in terms of transfer fee and transfer funds, and we're probably not going to be able to spend it in League One, so I might just put it all in wages and just get the best players we can, even if it is loans. Obviously, we can't get a full team of loans because we're only allowed 5. Can play trialists though, which is quite interesting. So there is some sort of like variation in this. I think a player like that, he might not turn up. In which case we then try and push everything back into the thing. This is a player we missed out on actually, Ayton, who went to Dunfermline. He should have been the guy that we should have been going for. I think I ballsed up ever so slightly on the negotiations, but 6'7", central midfielder, he would have been brilliant. I mean, looking at it, he's still got a few things that maybe aren't good enough really, but he'd have been interesting, I think. That's the Cup scouting. Goalkeepers. Any outstanding goalkeepers? Andy Caddy. 25, 6 foot. French. Apparently potential to be very good. It's the Livingston reserves. He's a current international. I mean, that makes no sense. He can be fickle. He doesn't enjoy big matches. That's a worry. He's got 10 caps for Martinique. Needs to play more regular football. I mean, we've got to consider this guy, right? Let's get him in our trial. If that's the thing that we can maybe look for the next season. Fickle personality though. Fickle personality is not ideal, is it? Let's have a little look at him. I wasn't necessarily trying to improve my goalkeeper straight away this season, but if there is someone that's better and noticeably better, then maybe we need to look at them. Eccentricity much higher. No, thank you. It's a bit worrying at this level, I think. High eccentricity. Or at least I've found it seems to be for me. So this guy looks more rounded. This feels more like the sort of goalkeeper that we should be looking at. Fickle isn't the worst. Eccentricity, what's he doing? Why are they all running out? Handling's actually worse. Reflexes slightly better. Command's slightly better. Work rate, positioning's ever so slightly better. Okay. It's fine. Quinn Dunlop's not great. 5'11". It's not a real goalkeeper's height, is it? Mason Munn. Casual's worse. Okay. So Fickle's not as bad as I thought, no? Okay. I mean, eccentricity of 2. See, that's what we like. There's nothing there. He's not dashing out. And he's already better. Slightly better in the air. Handling's the same. Kicking's better. His one-on-ones are the same. His passing's slightly better. Punches a little bit more. Better reflexes. Better throwing. His vision's not as good. Well, actually, there's not much in it. It's 4 and 5. Positioning slightly better. Leadership slightly better. Determination slightly better. Bravery slightly worse. Agility's ever so slightly better. Slow. So he can't be a sweeper keeper, which is fine, really, I guess. Jumping reach, balance, fitness, all better. He seems like a better goalkeeper, really. Yeah, he could be the one. Get him in, have a look, see what they're saying. Brad Scully we've looked at before. Who's scouting him, by the way? I'm interested to see who's done this. Archie Green. He looks all right as well. I mean, those mentals and physicals are very good, surely. That's pretty decent. Fairly susceptible to injuries. That's what it's all about, is it? How many injuries has he got? They're all niggles, aren't they? Any good new gens? I think quite a few. I think most of them will be new gens at this point, Mads. But we're in. We're in League One of Scotland, so actually we can loan him in. What are they saying with this guy then? Because we looked at this guy in the summer, I'm sure of it. I'm sure I had him on trial. Let's see if we can get him on trial again, because I'm interested to see just how good they think he is. So he'll turn up every week. Team player. Archie Green. Yeah. Teamwork 15. Positioning 13. Flair 17 for a ball-winning midfielder. Jumping reach 16, which means he's going to intercept long balls. Stamina's good. Aggression's good. Marking, tackling, not brilliant. Passing's not great. I guess if he's just a ball winner, rather than like a creative or something. Flary midfielders. I mean, look. Oh, Jesus. This is cruel, right? This is really cruel. Here's what you're going to get next year, Tony. Enjoy. Oh, fine. pick that out. It's the best we've got in it. We're buying players. We're buying players, which I guess we kind of expected, to be honest. I mean, it's just it gets worse. I like the fact that they're saying that's an average intake where nothing is above a D. Like, oh, I'm aware. Yeah, you're right, Si. It could absolutely go the other way, and they could be incredible. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. There's a Scully there. Scully's come in. Thinks he's fine. Caddy could be a leading Singe championship player. Let's go back to that other guy, actually. Can we trial it? At £500, he could potentially be. I mean, we could buy him. Could this be the sort of player that we sort of stick in and just go, right, you know? Oh, let's negotiate with Campbell. Right. We seem to be putting a lot of effort into Campbell, don't we? Is he... He probably is, isn't he? He probably is good enough. He's a DLP, so he's a different player to Green. I mean, let's compare him to who's currently playing as DLP, which I think is... it's not Brogan Walls, it's Donald McDonald. Oh, it's depressing. It's depressing. There's so much difference here. The only thing McDonald's better at is he's more physical. It's just literally like, and he's a leader. McDonald's a leader, and he's got a bit more balance. But is he one of those players who's probably just a bit too good for us right now? We could maybe get him at the end of the season if he leaves. Do we break the bank for him now? Is the question. He doesn't want to sign on he doesn't want to sign a contract to play for to come permanently. Do we pay it out now? Or do we get the other guy? Do we get Green in? Who, granted, doesn't do the same things. But if I nudge that budget again, that takes us to 725. I still don't know if that's going to be enough. That's twice what we're paying our top earner at the minute. He is twice the player of a top earner, obviously. He looks head and shoulders above everybody. Think of it as the investment, isn't it? Yeah. Loan him in now. See if he's any good. I mean, we're putting a lot of pressure in now, aren't we? We're probably getting into the bottom bits now, so it can't be done. It can't be done. I can't keep taking the thing down, so off to play NHL 23. Yeah, good plan. Very good plan. I'm going to reject it for now. Right. I might do an inquiry about it. See if that helps. See if we can try and get the agent on side or whatever. Try and see if he can do the deal somehow, but Doesn't want to join. Right. Okay. It's fine. We can move on. We can go with somewhere else and we'll think about that. Right. Now we need to start putting our focus somewhere else. Got him on the shortlist. He played pretty well against us, to be honest. Marking's not a strong point. Fine. Charlie Campbell wants to stay. Where's he gone? Chesterfield. Right, okay. Not a concern for us at this point. Where's his air game? 4 days to air. Still keep that going. I think it's worrying that the manager, the scouts who's got the best attributes for us, has also said many horrible things recently. Lenton, what a name. Winger, 900 quid. We can't be paying these sorts of money. Not at this point. Right. Tell you what, we're talking about those other players, aren't we? And thinking, are they good enough? For example, Archie Green, if we go in for him, how much was he valued at? 30 grand, was it, or something? Let's bid for him, see what's what. Caddy. Now, is Caddy worth approaching now, or is Caddy worth leaving till the end of the season? Because would he cost us anything if we go now? Do we need a goalkeeper now? Or is it just a case of getting ourselves stacked up for the summer and going, actually, he could be the number one next season? Michael Moore, not good enough. Sean Brown, not good enough. Ben Little, oh, look at him. No, not good enough. Geoff Newville, not good enough. Chris Atkinson, not good enough. Anthony Milley, not good enough. Dan Ball, almost good enough, but not good enough. James McCreaney, not good now. No. More assistant manager adverts, please. Both goalkeepers are about the same, to be honest. So it's not like I don't think we wouldn't be losing anything, and I certainly don't think they're both going to be there next season. So, like, looking at it, we've got this guy who's a bit there. I mean, and then we've got Corey Armour, who's pretty much the same, to be honest. They're both on 130 and 170 quid. So, but there's not a great deal between them, is there, really? You know, you look at them both, they're both called backup goalkeepers. Neither of them are particularly good. Would a new goalkeeper come in and freshen things up? Maybe. I mean, they're both League Two goalkeepers, really, aren't they? But they could both apparently be good goalkeepers in the Championship. So I don't understand how at 26 and 27 they've got the potential to play in the Championship when they're League Two standard at this point. I don't know. Maybe I'm Maybe I'm reading that wrong. I'm not sure. I mean, they're both literally like looking in the mirror and closing. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no one's improved. But then you look at Caddy, and I think he's, even as a fringe player now, his matrix is he's better at distribution. So if we're going to look at counter-attacking, then he can pick a pass better. He can get us going. Physically better. He's less eccentric, which is a bonus. He's not as quick, understandable. His mentality is not as good, but he is only young. He's 25. He's not actually that young. He needs to start playing first team football. And again, there's not a huge difference between them, to be honest, as goalkeepers. I'm wondering if that 4 acceleration is going to be an issue. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Interesting, right? Doesn't like big matches as well. I mean, thankfully we haven't got any big matches to play, because we're in League One. Fringe player who could still improve. I think they both are, really. Is he a better backup in the event of someone leaving? Like, someone leaves, he could easily go first choice because both of those goalkeepers are identical. The issue is that if we bring him in, like, what do we get? What do we get from it? I'm going to put Archie Green on the bench. Actually, I'm really interested to see how he gets on in this match. We might need someone who can come on and just kind of like put their foot on the game if needs be. He's no change, step improvement. Centre midfield is bigger priority. That's what I'm thinking. Like, so we could essentially put him as a thing for the summer. Get him pre-contract now because we don't need him straight away. But the fact that he's there as an option is interesting, Central midfield and strikers are definitely much more of a priority. Although, if Bailey Kadamari starts scoring a bit more and more regularly, does centre forward become as much of a priority? Tricky one, that, innit? Who'd have thought Kadamari would be the guy who'd be sitting there going, "I'll fix this problem, don't worry." Let's see. Right, East Fife in the orange tartan shirts, or the mustard tartan shirts, I should say. Sorry. Air are in the white. We're on the ball. Walls charging forward. Webster out wide. Whips it in. Cleared away. Blakey looks under it. Oh, nicely intercepted by Harrison, but he's turned back on it. Oh. It's all on Bailey, isn't it? He's got no one else to prove to but himself. Dempsey. Puts it in, cleared away. That's fine. Over the top's fine. This has been all air, first of all. Let's keep seeing how this one plays out. We might have to be a bit more aggressive at them. It's hard to tell. It's only been 12 minutes, but it's been all air in the first 12 minutes, so... focus a bit. McBride, nice intercepted walls. There's Bailey. Webster on a yellow card doesn't help. Bailey runs the channel with his no acceleration. Ball's over the top. Oh, no one's marking him. Great save. For a team who's playing a low block, we've been caught out there, haven't we? Actually, let's push up a smidge. See if that helps. They're really high. So I guess we've got to kind of just go direct, haven't we? To be fair, stepping up seems to have nullified whatever they're doing. Right, I'm worried about the fact that they seem to be creating all these chances and we don't seem to be doing anything about it. Let's go a bit more direct. At the minute, a draw moves us into the playoffs. This is not easy on the eyes, but it seems to be doing what we need it to do. Let's put McWilliam in. Hamilton, Aaron, Inverness, all current championship sides. This is tough. It is. It's been a bit of a grind. And that's fine. What I think we might need to do is we might need to bring McDonald off, who's a DLP, and go with a bit more defensive solidity and bring Green on and see what he looks like. Offside. I don't want to drop the defensive line again because they're going to come at us again, but I do think that's what we need to do. See after the game if they're still full time. That would be a huge difference, wouldn't it? I see claim by Armour. Launches it. Here's McBride. Inside. Loses it though. Ewan. Split. There is, yeah. Yeah, we've got about 10 games, 15 games to go, I think. Yeah, about 10 games or so to go before the split, I think, Si. So there's definitely something to play for at this point. So it's not all out of the woods just yet. McDonald's playing well. He's a 6.8 here. Also as well, he's anxious. But I could do with him coming on just to kind of tighten up that midfield. Maybe Charnley, maybe? Blakey's the one who's at risk. He's on a 6.3 at fullback. Can Charnley play left back though? He's strong enough. I'm going to try it. Only split as the Premier League. Is that right? I thought there was a split here as well. The fixtures don't seem to look like they run to the full season. That's the only reason I thought there was maybe a split. McIntyre over the top. Goalkeeper's got that one. That's fine. Armour launches it. We're just not picking the ball up, are we? Nicely intercepted though. Charnley, Spencer, McBride. McDonald over the top. Oh. Thought that was the Scottish striker away there for a second. McDonald. Macbeth. Knocks it down. Rogers can't get to it. Oh, here we go. Bride. William. Offside. It's tricky because this is... Oh! Somebody clip that. That is ridiculous. Oh no. What on earth happened there? I need to see that again. That is... Is it here? Is this it? I don't even know what to say. Unbelievable. I was about to say, if we can hold out, then we'll be alright, but where the hell? We were saying we didn't want to replace the goalkeeper, didn't we? We did say that, yeah? That's what we said, didn't we? We said we're not going to replace the goalkeeper. We'll be fine. And then he does that. Oh, that's not a goalkeeper issue. That's not a goalkeeper fix, Franco. That's just unfortunate. It happens. It happens. It's one of those things. It happens from time to time. Goalkeeper's caught out of position. He's watching someone else. He doesn't catch the flight of the ball. It's just frustrating, is what it is. When it's your team, it's frustrating. But here we go. Beth doesn't bring it down. Missed out. As we say, though, it would be boring winning every single match, right? What a way to lose. What a way to lose. Right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 games to go. We've played 18. We're literally at halfway of the season. And we're in 5th. I don't think that's too bad. I think we're going back in the right direction. What a moment, though. What a moment. Couldn't do that again if we tried. Genuinely. What absolute daftness. Absolute daftness. It is what it is. It is what it is. Right. Okay. Let's go and do a raid. Let's go and do a raid. Right. Playoffs is doable. It could happen. It will happen. Right. We're going to make that happen. Okay. Appreciate everyone who's been here tonight. Let's do this again. Let's do this again soon. Keep your eyes peeled for when we're going to be back live. Obviously, we will be at the playoffs tomorrow, so come and hang out on the playoffs. But yeah, appreciate you all. Take care. Go and give some love to Kimmy. International Women's Day. Go and show her some love. Tell her we sent you. Have fun. Take care. See you all soon. Bye now.